behalf of Subharati University, I, Pallavi Tyagi, would like to take this liberty to start this webinar on interfaith dialogue on universal peace and harmony. The objective of today's webinar is we are actually commemorating this on the 128th anniversary of Swami Vivekananda's historic lecture at World's Parliament of Religions, which was held in Chicago on 11th of September 1893. We are celebrating this in the form of an international webinar so that we could exchange the interfaith dialogues on universal peace and harmony. It is a modest attempt by Swami Vivekananda Chair and the Thagat Buddha Chair, Swami Vivekananda Subharati University, to discuss and deliberate upon the concept of peace and harmony across the globe, taking into consideration the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam philosophy of our age-old culture. I'll quickly run through the tentative schedule for the webinar. We'll start with chanting, which is done by Bhante Dr. Chandrakirti ji, who is also convener Tathagat Buddha Chair. We'll have introductory remarks by Dr. Simmi Gurwara, who is convener Swami Vivekananda Chair, Swami Vivekananda Subharati University. We'll have a welcome note by Dr. Abhay Shankar Gaura, Principal Maharshi Aurobindo, Subharati College and Hospital of Naturopathy and Yogic Sciences. He's also working there in the capacity of Dean Ayush at Subharati University. We'll have an inaugural address by our Chancellor Madam, Mrs. Puti Narayan Kakkar. We'll have keynote address by Venerable Geshe-la Damdul Dorji, Director, Tibet House, New Delhi, Cultural Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Then we have very eminent speakers with us, Most Venerable Dr. Dhammapiya, Secretary General IBC, Most Venerable Swami Mitranandji, Mentor Chinmaya Mission, Chennai, His Holiness Acharya Lokmuni ji, World Peace Ambassador and founder of Ahimsa Vishwa Bharati, Dr. K.T.S. Rao sir, former professor and head Department of Buddhist Studies, University of Delhi, Padma Shri Pratibha Praladji, pre-eminent Dassault and Padma Shri awardee, Dr. Lai Ketyong, Secretary General World Alliance of Buddhists, Acharya Kinle Gyaltsen, the Secretary to His Holiness Drikung Bhutan, Dr. Ponchai Palwadhamo, President World Alliance of Buddhists, Dr. Babli Praveen, Assistant Professor, Department of History, University of Delhi. Today's webinar would also be joined by our Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Shailya Raj. There will be closing remarks by Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Dr. V.P. Singh, and vote of thanks by Dr. Vijay Vathavan, Pro Vice Chancellor to Swami Vivekananda Subharati University. I'll give a brief intro of the university so that you would all be familiar with what all works we have been doing, what all courses we have been trying to make, we are trying to commemorate and we are trying to impart education with. Swami Vivekananda Subharati University is a university under Section 2F of the University Grant Commission Act 1956, set up under the Swami Vivekananda Subharati Vishwavidyalaya, Uttar Pradesh Adhiniyam 2008. The university has been established under the aegis of Mahayana Theravada Vajrayana Buddhist Religious and Charitable Trust, Meerut, which has acquired a commendable record of service in the field of education, healthcare, and social welfare. The main campus of the university is in the National Capital Region, strategically situated on the National Highway 58, Delhi Bypass Road, Meerut. The campus, aptly called Bharatipuram, is spread over a sprawling area of about 250 acres of land, comprising magnificent buildings, lush green lawns, and vibrant surroundings, with over 5,000 people dedicated to make the university a magnum opus in the world. The university has several constituent colleges which provide higher education in mostly all the disciplines like medical, dental, nursing, physiotherapy, paramedical, pharmacy, naturopathy, yogic sciences, engineering, management, law, journalism, education, library sciences, arts and sciences, hotel management, faculty of science, Buddhist studies, etc. It is engaged by design to create academically and technically proficient professionals. The university has been awarded the membership of Association of Universities in 2013. All India Conference of Intellectuals and School of Educators have conferred Outstanding University of the Year 2013 to 14 to the university for its outstanding contribution in the field of education, science, healthcare, national integration, social empowerment, and preservation of cultural heritage. The university has also started a number of courses through distance education approved by the Distant Education Bureau of UGC. The university has been accorded grade A by the National Assessment and Accreditation Council in 2016. I'll give you a brief introduction of Swami Vivekanand Chair. As I already stated that we are jointly organizing this. From we, I mean Tathagat Buddha Chair and Swami Vivekanand Chair are jointly organizing this international webinar. The Swami Vivekanand Chair aims to facilitate and encourage research culture among the faculty and students. Its prime role is to create contacts with the real world and promote research through a range of publications. It enables a congenial environment for technological development and monitors the research activities of the college. It takes upon the responsibility of creating a workplace to attract the best talent and strives continuously in pooling of skills and internal resources, creating a strategy of maintaining to be at the top of all educational institutions. Chair is also responsible for informing students about intercollegiate academic activities, research opportunities, and encouraging students to publish original work in leading journals and present at conferences. The chair, time to time, organizes various academic workshops, seminars, and webinars to sharpen up the writing and analytical skills of the students. Most of the speakers and the viewers are already familiar with the Tathagat Buddha Chair. The Tathagat Buddha Chair was established in 2019 under the specialized guidance of Dr. Shailya Raj, Chief Executive Officer, Swami Vivekanand Subharati University. The chair serving as a center of learning and research, not only on the subjects concerning to the Tathagat Buddha and his philosophy, but also on the issues concerning the social, economic, cultural, religious life, peace, meditation, yoga, etc. In pursuance of his objectives, the chair is undertaking research on the topics related to the Tathagat Buddha. The chair, time to time, also organizes teachings, seminars, symposia, workshops, exhibitions, lecture series, and other similar academic activities. Now, I would like to invite Bhante Dr. Chandrakirti ji, who is convener the Tathagat Buddha Chair, to join us live and do the chanting. Please join your hands, everyone, for chanting.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. Iti piso bhagava arahang sama sambuddha vijja charana sampano sugato loka vidu anuttara purisa dhamma sarat Sata deva manusan Buddho Bhagavate Savakhato Bhagavata Dhammo Sandetiko Akaliko Yahipasiko Wapanayiko Pachata Vedita Bhaveyo Hiti Supatipanno Bhagavata Savaka Sangha Ujupatipanno Bhagavato Savaka Sangha Yaya Patipanno Bhagavato Savaka Sangha Samichi Patipanno Bhagavato Savaka Sangha Yadidang Chatari Purisa Yugani Atha Purisa Pugal Esa Bhagavato Savaka Sangho Ahunaya Pahunaya Dakinaya Anchali Karaniya Anotarang Puyang Ket Lokasati Bhavatu Sabda Mangalang Rakhantu Sadevata Sabda Buddhanubhava na sada sote bhavantu ta bhavatu sabba mangalang rakhantu sabba devat sabba dhammanubhavya na sada sote bhavantu ta bhavatu sabba mangalang rakhantu sabba devat sabba sanghanubhavya na sada sote Bhavantu te sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Thank you so much, Bhantaji. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Simmi Gurwara, convener Swami Vivekanand Chair, for the introductory remark. Dr. Simmi Gurwara has worked in renowned colleges and universities and has made her mark as a dynamic interdisciplinarian. Dr. Gurwara has penned academic books, research papers, articles, short stories, and poems that have been published in reputed national and international journals, magazines, and newspapers. She is a bilingual writer, and creative writing has been her forte. Dr. Gurwara has imparted a lot of training programs in English speaking skills. She has also extensively worked on media related platforms. She has been a scriptwriter and commemorator of four documentary films commissioned by Film Division, Government of India. She is the concept writer of a Hindi feature film, Coffee House, that was screened at prestigious Cannes Film Festival in France in May 2009, and also at film festival held at Mumbai, Chennai, Goa, Dubai, and Iceland. Presently, she is working as a professor in English and convener Swami Vivekanand Chair at Swami Vivekanand Subharati University.
A very good morning to one and all. It's a momentous day today as we commemorate the 128th anniversary of Swami Vivekananda's historic lecture at World's Parliament of Religions, Chicago, on the 11th of September 1893 by organizing an international webinar on interfaith dialogue on universal peace and harmony. I'm delirious to be talking about the webinar dedicated to discuss and disseminate the concept of peace and harmony across the world. Swami Vivekanand Chair at Swami Vivekanand Subharati University, Meerut, is committed to motivate and actualize research opportunities and to organize an array of academic workshops, seminars, webinars, and conferences to propagate and promote the philosophical teachings of Swami Vivekanand aimed at the upliftment and upskilling of the youth. Since we are celebrating the phenomenal speech delivered by Swami Vivekanand on the 11th of September 1893, I would like to dwell upon the magic that Swamiji's words weaved. His speech started differently from the conventional usage of more formal salutations. The opening remarks were "Sisters and Brothers of America," for which he received a 2-minute long standing ovation. Vivekananda explained that tolerance is the act of putting up with something that is not approved, while acceptance was admitting that even the seed of an idea can take root and produce an offshoot that was completely different and unique from the original ideology. Speaking about Hinduism, he said that he is proud to belong to a religion that has taught both tolerance and universal acceptance. We believe not only in universal tolerance, but we accept all religions as true. This is what Swamiji said. In his speech, Vivekananda talked on Buddhism. He talked about the origin of Buddhism, relation between Buddhism and Brahmanism, Buddhism and Vedas. He said, Hinduism cannot live without Buddhism, nor Buddhism without Hinduism, and showed how Buddhism is the fulfillment to Hinduism. He thanked the noble souls for organizing the parliament, which he felt proved to the world that holiness, purity, and charity are not the exclusive possessions of any church in the world, and that every system has produced men and women of the most exalted character. He finished his speech with a appeal, which goes, help and not fight, assimilation and not destruction, harmony and peace and not dissension. He spoke about the need to end religious supremacy and propagated the message of tolerance and acceptance. Universal Brotherhood Day is observed every year on 11th September to commemorate the mesmerizing speech delivered by Indian thinker and spiritualist Swami Vivekananda in Chicago in 1893. The speech garnered major attention and earned Vivekananda the title of the Cyclonic Monk of India. His speech perfectly demonstrated the spirit of India's ethos and the values. Vivekananda's vigorous address was a transformational and stirring moment that introduced the entire world with a new idea of humanity. Swami Vivekananda will always be remembered as one of the molders of the modern world across the globe. Vivekananda's historic address changed the world's perspective on India. The ideals and principles based on humanism and universal brotherhood will always inspire. Today, through the international webinar on Interfaith Dialogue on Universal Peace and Harmony, we will be lending our ears to a galaxy of eminent peace ambassadors from across the world who are putting their best foot forward to bring about an ambience of brotherhood that would see us all live in harmony and perfect unison. Jai Hind.
Now, I would like to welcome Dr. Abhay Shankar Gaura ji, Principal Maharshi Aurobindo Subharati College and Hospital of Naturopathy, for the welcome note. Dr. Abhay Shankar Gaura ji is professor and principal and has completed his graduation and post-graduation from SDM College of Naturopathy and Yogic Sciences from Karnataka, which is affiliated to Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences. He has excelled in the field of naturopathy and yoga in setting up new ventures like departments, OPDs, hospitals, organized many conferences, mass yoga camps. His clinical skills have been sharpened by the vast experience over years, and his achievements as gold medalist in his MD, which was the first batch of its kind in the whole country. His teaching experience in both UG and PG curriculum in the field of a long tenure of years have made him adapt to his present job. He has more than 19 years of work experience in the field of various capacities. He has attended numerous conferences, seminars, and workshops as delegate, invited speaker, paper presenter, and is a computer savvy with the knowledge of 8 different languages. He was also the member academic subcommittee of Yoga and Naturopathy Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, in addition to his duties as principal and dean, faculty of Ayush, Swami Vivekanand Subharati University. As yoga is nothing new that Swami Vivekanand has taught us, we all are very familiar to this. So we thought that Dr. Abhay Shankar Gaura would be the most apt person to talk about the yogic aspect of this very topic, of this very webinar. So I would like Dr. Abhay Shankar Gaura to join. I think he's facing some glitch with the internet, so we'll run through a quick slide of the university. Meanwhile, he'll join back. So, Dr. Abhay Shankar Gauraji has joined us. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Over to you, sir.
It gives me immense pleasure today to welcome you all for this international webinar on interfaith dialogue on universal peace and harmony. I take this opportunity to welcome everyone present on behalf of Swami Vivekanand Chair, Tathagat Buddha Chair, Swami Vivekanand Subharti University. I welcome our chief guest, Dr. Mrs. Stuti Narayan Kakkar, the Chancellor of Swami Vivekanand Subharti University, Meerut. I welcome the guest speaker, Dr. Dhammapiya, Secretary General, International Buddhist Confederation. The keynote addressee of today's webinar, Venerable Geshe Dorji Damdul, Director, Tibet House, New Delhi Cultural Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. The guest speaker, Swami Mitranandji, Chinmaya Mission, Chennai. I welcome you, sir. Guest speaker, His Holiness Acharya Lokesh Muniji, World Peace Ambassador and founder of Ahimsa Vishwa Bharati. The guest speaker of today, again, Venerable Dr. Ponchai Pinyapong, President of the World Alliance of Buddhist Thailand. Today's guest speaker, preeminent Lancius and Padma Shri awardee, Acharya Mrs. Pratibha Prahlad, artist, educator, culture multiplace, and also founder of the festival director of Delhi International Arts Festival. Acharya Kinsley Gyansen, Secretary to His Holiness Drekun Bhutan. I welcome you, sir. Guest speaker of today's webinar, Professor K.T.S. Sarao, former professor and head Department of Buddhist Studies, University of Delhi. Welcome, sir. Guest speaker, again, Dr. Lai Ket Yong, Secretary General of World Alliance of Buddhist Thailand. Welcome, ma'am. Guest speaker, Dr. Babli Parveen, Assistant Professor of Department of History, Zakir Hussain College, University of Delhi. Welcome, ma'am. And I take this pleasure in welcoming our patrons. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. V.P. Singh, is here with us, has joined us. And I welcome you, sir, for being constant support to us. Our CEO, Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Shailya Raj, who is also young, dynamic, and always supportive of these activities. I welcome you, ma'am. Dr. Hirohito, advisor of Samrat Ashok Subharti School of Buddhist Studies and also the president of our trust. I welcome you, sir, for always being there with us. Dr. Vijay Wadhwan, sir, the Pro-Vice Chancellor of Swami Vivekanand Subharti University is here with us. Welcome, sir. Also, the organizers, Dr. Simi Gurwara, Miss Pallavi Tyagi, Vishal Singh, and Dr. Champalal Mandri, all the convener of the Buddhist chair. I welcome all of you. I welcome all the delegates who have joined us all through the world through the online mode. Welcome everyone, and welcome to very, very hearty welcome to all the guests who are going to speak today. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Stuti Narayan Kakkar, Chancellor Swami Vivekanand Subharati University, for the inaugural address. Mrs. Stuti Narayan Kakkar ji joined Indian Administrative Service in 1978, UP cadre. In 36 years of her services, she was responsible for different positions in state and center. As Secretary to Government of India, she established the Department of Disability Affairs, Ministry of Social Justice and Empower, Government of India. And as Chairperson, National Commission for Protection of Child Rights, a statutory body of Government of India, Women and Child Development, she was there engaged from 2015 to 2018. Mrs. Stuti Narayan Kakkar ji is serving as Chancellor Swami Vivekanand Subharati University and has been guiding us to conduct all these talks, webinars, so that we could not only uh, learn ourselves from the eminent people of their fields, but also educate our students and the people who are joining us through the different online platforms. Over to you, ma'am. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
very
you
much for
very much for
inviting. And I have to congratulate the Dr. Hirohito for organizing these seminars, and because we must spread the word of Lord Buddha. We need peace and harmony today in a big way in the country and in the world. And Buddha shows us the way in which this can be done. Now, before I start on my keynote address, I mean, that sounds a little pompous, but it is called the keynote address, and therefore I, I have to deliver it. But there would be many people who would be knowing so much more about this topic, and I would request all of you, I would request all of us to get together and spread Buddha's message for peace and harmony. It is extremely important in today's time. Now, today we are celebrating this 128th anniversary of Swami Vivekananda's historic lecture at Chicago on the 11th of September 1893. And it was during an international webinar wasn't there, but an international seminar titled Interfaith Dialogue on Universal Peace and Harmony. Swami Vivekananda was a person who was much ahead of his times. And when he delivered his famous speech on 11th September 1893, how prophetic, I mean, 11th September was. I mean, if you look at it, it was the time, at the time when the Twin Towers were taken down in an act of vengeance. So many lives were lost, and he gave the message of peace and tolerance for the world. And when he started his speech with brothers and sisters, now that concept was totally unknown to the white audience. They couldn't think of unknown people, colored people, black people being brothers and sisters. But he was drawing on the Hindu philosophy of Vasudevaya Kutumbakam, and it is the only philosophy by which human beings can survive. I mean, it is such a pity. We are the apex creation of man's environment, of God's creation, and yet we are out killing each other, destroying each other, and it's not only at the level of states and countries; it is also at the level of families. We are destroying our children. There is so much; they are suffering so much of abuse, emotional abuse, violence during the childhood. No wonder they're growing up with this feeling that they must seek revenge. We have to understand that we have to live in peace and harmony if the human race is to survive. Otherwise, human race will die out. I mean, we will kill each other. I mean, we ourselves are destroying each other. Then, and as I said, that we have to hold more of these webinars and find effective ways of spreading Buddha's message of peace and harmony. We all know that Swami Vivekananda was the chief, I would say, disciple, best known disciple of Sri Ramakrishna Paramhans, who was again a thinker, a person who could motivate, who could influence people, which in today's word, I mean, one would say he was an influencer, but he was a great figure, and he could sort of put ancient concepts into everyday language, which were understandable by people, which they could easily absorb and follow. Swami Vivekananda, as I have said before, went to a Western audience because at that time this was London was the center of the world, and for us, since we were, a colony of England, this he went there, and by giving this beautiful speech, he was able to influence so many people. In fact, Mahatma Gandhi often said that he was influenced by the thoughts of Swami Vivekananda and Swami Ramakrishna Paramhans, and even our present Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Modi ji. He often refers to the teachings of Swami Vivekananda. And is is as I said, interfaith dialogue. I mean, I also once attended a international conference called by a certain journalist who went to development journalism. Development journalism means that it is it talks about developmental issues rather than political issues, crime reporting about what's happening around the world, and in by ways of development of societies. And that was done in Venice, Italy. And there also they talked about the clash of civilizations. Italians, French, they they are not they have a sort of a very different worldview, which we didn't understand so much because, as I said, we being a colony of England, we were influenced by English thought, which is now I feel is a lot more regulatory. But whenever you look at French literature, the Italians, they think a little different. What is now called lateral thinking. And there also they were discussing this clash of civilizations. And they had called the Muslim clerics, they had called so many people. They had, of course, called me as a representative of Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. But it was a wonderful platform. We frankly discussed the issues involved with our different religions and why we are clashing so much. So in this way, I'm very happy that my university, and I would say courtesy Dr. Hirohito, we are holding this seminar, and and all of us are getting together. That time, I really did not know much about Buddhism. I'll be very frank, because I was more involved in day-to-day work, you know, ये एक्ट को इम्प्लीमेंट करवाना, ये करवाना है, वो करवाना है, and that really gave me no time for thought. But my association with Swami Vivekananda Subharti University has, in a way, increased my sort of broadened my thinking, and I think now that I have discovered Buddhism, it will lead us to a lot of peace, harmony, a different way of thinking. But we have to think of ways and means of spreading the good word. Ashoka did it in his time. He sent his children abroad, which must have been so risky at that time. There were no sort of measures of vaccinations, and travel was also risky and all that. But even then, he did it. So we also have to think about some ways in which we can spread Lord Buddha's teaching, because Buddhism, to my mind, provides answers to all issues relating to conflict resolution, which is universally acceptable. It's not that other religions don't. Even if you read Ramcharitmanas and the way Bhagwan Ram led his life, he tried to resolve issues. Krishna ji also tried to resolve issues to avoid the Mahabharat war. But Lord Buddha's teachings are so contemporary and so applicable to everyday life and existence, and his mantra is so simple. Love everybody like you love yourself. It is not ki love them like a relative. You know, often during my service, I would come across people, especially women, who were a bit trying because. And then one day I thought, why am I getting irritated with this woman? She is a woman like me, trying for her survival, trying to express her views. And once I put myself in her place, you know, it changed my mind about the issues. that she was talking about, because I could understand her point of view. I could understand so many things, and I would request all of you to follow this path of love. Love everybody, love, you can't change the world, but you can change yourself. And if you can inculcate this habit of love and compassion in you, of ahimsa, of dharma, as told by Buddha. We are so lucky that he was born in India, and also he's so closely associated with Uttar Pradesh, our state, that I feel blessed that he walked, on this very land on which we are also today living. So it is a blessed place, and therefore, if we can pick up all these his tenets of dharma, ahimsa, and this kind of pervasive love for people, all people, whether you like them or you dislike them, once you try to see their point of view, you will feel better, you will be able to understand their problems better, and you will again give them the right treatment, and it will go a long way in conflict resolution in your own homes, in your society, in your communities, in your workplace. Just try it. If we can follow his teachings, Lord Buddha's teaching, it will be for the betterment of mankind. And since, as I said, we are blessed by him to be born in the same land that he walked, it is upon us to spread the good word. Thank you so much for your patient listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Now I would like to invite our next speaker, who is going to give us the keynote address, Most Venerable Geshe Damdul Loji, who is Director, Tibet House Cultural Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Geshe La in 1988 joined the Institute of Buddhist Dialects, Dharamshala, for formal studies in Buddhist logic, philosophy, and epistemology. After 15 years of study in Buddhist philosophy, he finished his Geshe La Rampa degree, which is equivalent to PhD, in 2002 from Dripang Losling Monastic University. He joined Gyudman Tantric College for a year for his tantric studies. He wrote a number of important papers for national and international conferences, had held in Delhi University, and so forth. The papers constitute topics such as the paradox of brain and mind and the ultimate reality according to Arya Nagarjuna. Geshe La is in the process of writing two very important books entitled Journey into the Paradox of Brain and Mind, and the other one is entitled What Constitutes the Ultimate Reality? The Effects of Understanding the Ultimate Reality. In 2004 to 5, for 2 years, Geshe La was assigned as the philosophy lecturer for the Emory University Study Abroad program, which was being held in Dharamshala, India since 2001. Geshe La was appointed as the director of Tibet House Cultural Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama in March 2011. Please join Geshe La. Welcome, Geshe La.
Thank you so much, and good morning, all of you. It is a great joy for me to be a part of this program organized by Swami Vivekanand Subharati University Meerut, and the Honorable Chief Guest, Mrs. Studi Narayan Kegarji, and Dr. Abe Shankar Gauta, the principal of Maharishi Aurobindo Subharati College, and Dr. Simi Gawara, and Dr. Hirohito, and all the dignitaries, the guest speakers, and all the students. It's a great honor for me to be here with, and particularly listening to the honorable, chief guest, the honorable Chancellor, Mrs. Stuti Narayan Kaikar, about her experience and how she feels the need for us to extend our love and affection towards others, to expand the circle of your love and affection as taught by the Buddha, is very touching, and particularly how she's able to relate this to another lady otherwise creating so much of irritation within oneself. And this is where the humanity should come together. This is the indication that somebody is there. A great example, the Mrs. Stuti Narayanji, showing us the example that we can come together, although initially, because of one's lack of the full import of the knowledge, there is a little bit of irritation coming, but recognition that deeper commonality between yourself and others, we can come together with so much love, affection, so forth. In this connection, the topic that is chosen for today's the conference, the universal peace and harmony, is extremely relevant in today's time. And given that I have just 15 to 20 minutes, I'd like to keep it short. We talk about the universal peace and harmony. And so first of all, why do we need that? The universal, and then the peace and harmony on the universal scale. Why do we need that, this question? Which means that we have a problem. This is what we have to acknowledge. And unless and until we deal with the causes of the problem, no matter how much we put effort, all efforts will go in vain. This is a reality. So with this in mind, it is so important for us to track the cause of the causes of the problems, which deter the harmony and the peace on the global level. So we see that in fact, there are two things. The first one is that we, as a human being, we tend to create a division between the self and others. This division is created. This is one factor, because for any conflicts, for any problems, there must be two things, like the two hands coming together. The sound is erupted, the sound of the clash, the sound of the conflicts is erupted. When two groups come together with different ideologies, they come together, then the sound of the conflict is erupted. This is what is about to happen, number one. Then number two is that these two parties or more, in some cases more, what made them come head on rather than in harmony? Because they identified themselves as different. And while each one of us, we have multiple identities, but they try to identify themselves as something very different from the other side. This is what happens. In other words, the identity. And on that basis, then this sees the difference, and to difference means that my side should grow and you should die. They perish and I should grow. And the other side will likewise say the same thing. So these two don't resonate well, and then they end up in clash. This is known as the disharmony, or the clash, or the conflict. And deep inside, we see that when that happens, I should grow means that I don't love you, I don't care for you. This idea. So the two parties involved identify themselves with two different the identities, and then no feeling of affinity, no feeling of love and affection. Then the clash happens. this is when the people see the how destructive this is, how painful it is if you are part of this. And because of this, more thoughtful people, they think of, we need to have the harmony, we need to have the peace on the global level. Okay, so with this, the next question is that, okay, can we ever imagine a situation where we can't really have different identities? And the reality is next to the impossibility. Because in terms of identity, let's say that the Buddha appeared, and the Buddha did not teach as two different traditions as Theravada or Mahayana. And then over time, from his students, over generations, split into divisions. Likewise, Jesus Christ did not teach Catholicism and Protestants. No. During his time, there's no Catholicism, no Protestants. It's just one Christianity. So likewise, during the Prophet Muhammad, there's no Sunni, there's no Shia. It was just Prophet Muhammad. It was just the Islam. And likewise, the Hinduism is very interesting because in reality, in India, in those days, like millennia ago, there were different traditions like Samkhya, Vedanta, Mimamsaka, Nyaya, Vaisheshik, and so forth. And they are very different traditions. And today, people are not too serious about the philosophy, but they are not serious about the identity in terms of the civilization. So the Indus, Hindu, this is how it came to being. So what I'm saying is that this split is what is bound to happen. It's like a family. From a family, then the two brothers or two sisters, and then the next generation, they are cousins, not sisters, not brothers, cousins. And the next are the distant cousins. This is how the nature evolves. So we cannot avoid that. Now, the next part is that the identity. Yes, the divisions happen, bound to happen. Identities. Is it that we have to really identify myself or yourself as something different from others? And we see that each one of us, we have multiple identities. That number one, I'm a human being. And then I'm Asian. Then I am Tibetan, or I'm Indian, or I'm the French, and so forth. We see that there are different, the identities. And then say, I'm Buddhist, I'm Muslim, I'm Hindu, I'm Jain, I'm Sikh, I'm Jew, and so forth, again on the basis of religion. So whichever you hold on, whichever identity you hold on the top as a priority, then anything which clashes with this, you cannot tolerate it. So this is how people, unless education is provided, we tend to have a very narrow thinking of keeping the identity as narrow as possible. And while it's so beautiful to identify, for example, let's say that if, say, the Muslim or Christian, when you hear that, and in some other country, the Muslims are persecuted, Christians are persecuted, Hindus are persecuted, and those people on the other side of the globe with sharing the same religion, they feel affected, they feel sad. Okay, now we see that another human being is persecuted. We should be feeling sad, but we don't feel that as much. So this is because our priority is wrong. We being human being, the priority is given less priority, less importance, and the priority over the smaller identities, they are kept at the top. And because of this, the conflicts are about to happen. So if we really want to dissolve these conflicts and go for the global peace or the universal peace and harmony, it's so important to teach the masses how we are all brothers and sisters, the identity as a human being. That is number one. That is so important. With this in mind, it takes me to we talk about, say, the lack of harmony, the conflicts and so forth. Conflicts, fights, domestic violence. What is really happening there is all because, I'm sure you will all agree with me, that is all because that there's a lack of love between two parties, with identifying themselves with two different identities, and then the lack of love and affection. That is the main cause. The one, the split in identity, split in two parties, split with two different identifying with two different identities, and then the lack of love. This is the cause of all the conflicts in the world. I'm sure you'll agree with me. If that is the case, can we have an ideal community where all these will be dissolved? We need examples. So look at a family. Look at a family, decent family, and look at the said institutions. Look at, say, the bigger systems like countries, then the international, the whole world. So there we see that the one thing which is most commonly found, this ideal situation where there's a harmony there, is in a family. In the family, you don't need a code of conduct. Say that, okay, these are the rules. Okay, so you are not following the rules. No, you don't need all these things. You don't need the rules and regulations booklet for the family. You don't need that, because the family is not governed by the rules and regulations. They are governed by the love and affection. When the love and affection is the governing force, you don't need all these rules and regulations. The harmony is automatically brought into place. When the love and affection is lacking, then the people take advantage of the situation. More cunning people, they take advantage, and the less competent people, they suffer. So rules and regulations created, which means the love and affection is missing. And this happens the moment you go out of the family. That happens. And because of which, just look at these situations. On the one hand, we are talking about universal peace and harmony. On the other hand, we see that in many of the institutions, I know of these stories. I'm sure you have your own stories. Your children must have your own their stories, and your relatives, your students must have their stories. For example, I remember some students who go to to get a certificate, go to the office, Delhi in such a scorching sun, under scorching heat. The poor child has to go there. No taxi, no the expensive cars, just in the simple auto with so much heat, and go there. In the office, first you have to wait for like 1 hour, 2 hours, and then you get in. Once you get in, the officer inside will say that this is not under my denomination. You have to go to the south. And the child is go to the central south the next day. 1 day is gone, and the next day go to south. And in the south, they said, no, this is not under our denomination. Why did you not go to the north? They sent you to the north. And they said, no, I went there. They sent here. No, this is not our denomination. This is here. And then you go to south. Then you said, no, they sent this. And they said, okay, then come tomorrow. Just totally cold-hearted. Not think of the pain of this child. And wasting so much of time, energy, resource. Can you do this for a minister's child? This is where the love is missing. When the love is missing, do you think that this will happen between a mother and a daughter? A daughter who is seeking this, who has to have this application passed, and the mother will send you to the south, north, east, west, and say, but come tomorrow. Do you think it will happen? No, it will happen right there. Because of the love. So when the love is missing, all these problems arise. So this is where we need to really work on what are the causes of the conflicts, what are the causes of the crisis. This is what we have to learn first. And having learned this, identifying that identities, and then the lack of love. How can you create this love and affection? This next question. So with this in mind, what is so important is that from Dr. Hirohito, I'm so glad to learn that the Swami Vivekananda Subhardi University has the Buddhist department, and that he's very open to introduce the very sophisticated Buddhist philosophy, the manner in which our chief guest, our chief guest, Mrs. Stuti Naranji, indicated that the teachings, which are so contemporary, is not about, it's not about conversion. It's about, converting somebody from the anger towards compassion, towards cold-hearted to our kind-heartedness. This is the conversion required, not conversion to Buddhism, Islam, Hinduism, Jainism, Christianity, and so forth, but it should be the conversion from the cold-hearted person to the kind person, with the love. With this love, the manner in which Albert Einstein, who very clearly indicated that we live in the prison of optical delusion, where we see the division between us, we, and they. And because of this, all the conflicts happen. What should we do now? Expand the circle of compassion. This is what Albert Einstein said. So with this in mind, what I would highly suggest is that this feeling, the affinity, your attitude towards the other fellow human beings, which is very rough, abusive, and so forth, we need to transform this to something more harmonious, something more loving and caring. When the love and care is there, harmony is automatically built, and the peace is automatically built. So how to bring this next question? So for that matter, what is so important is that, to see the other person in the light of love and affection, to see the other person in the light of your enemies, is all determined by your thought, by your thinking, how you think. And this problem is an empirical problem. And the cause of the problem is also empirical cause inside. You can feel it. So this must be fixed. This cause must be fixed. And how to fix this? Because it is purely thinking, your thinking process. How should that be fixed? In Buddhist psychology, that is what is known as the 51 mental factors, the indication of the 51 mental factors, how the mind works. And particularly, there is emphasis on what is known as the 5 omnipresent mental factors, or 5 ever-present mental factors. And these 5 mental factors, they operate, and when they go wrong, it will erupt in the form of anger, abuse, scorn, and so forth. And when they are the in harmony, synchrony, then it is reflected in the form of love, affection, the humanity. Okay, so how does this work? I'll quickly explain this, how the mind works. Say, this is the pushing others, that is the conflict. And embracing others, this is the harmony. And embracing and pushing, these are the actions of the mind. And this action of the mind is referred as the intention to push and the intention to embrace. This intention is decided by the feelings inside, feeling. Number 4, feeling. And this feeling, when you see somebody else, and pleasant feeling comes, you'll embrace. When you see the other person, unpleasant feeling arises, so you push. So the feelings determine what you do. Whether you push, whether you go for conflict, or whether you go for harmony. And these feelings are determined by the cognitive thought process, the cognition, the cognitive activity of your mind. So cognitive activity of mind, you say, oh, this is different from me. This is a threat to me. Then the unpleasant feeling comes. Then you push. So the cognitive thought process, that has to be fixed. Cognitive thought process to see others as threat to you, to see others as your competitor, to see others as your, the enemy. This is where we're going wrong. If you see all others, if you learn to fix this, the cognitive thought process, to identify the self and others as the same human being who wants happiness, who doesn't want suffering, and who want to get rid of COVID. And even if you work so hard to stay away from the COVID, if the rest of the world is not taking care of getting rid of the COVID, then no matter what you do, anytime you can contract COVID. So this is all the world of dependent, the interdependency, the world of interdependency. We have to, how can we demarcate between a childlike person, immature person, versus evolved person, civilized person? Civilized is a person who's able to see the whole world in the web of, through the lens of interconnectedness. Whereas the ordinary people, the childlike people, the immature people are those people who only see a very narrow the horizon of oneself and could not see anything beyond, forget about seeing the interconnected nature of the phenomena. So in other words, this sense of the cognitive thought process must be fixed to be able to see the broader reality of interdependency of the whole world, yourself and others. And COVID-19 taught us a great lesson that the world, is just one entity. We are not different beings. Whether you are the Hindus, Muslims, Christians, Jains, Sikhs, Buddhists, Jews, non-believers, we're all scared of COVID-19. And if one group simply ignores the COVID-19 and others take care of so much to stay away from COVID, this COVID can penetrate anytime to anybody. So this COVID tells us that we are all interconnected. We are not an independent entity. If you realize this, automatically you see somebody else, the feeling, the cognitive thought process, seeing things as, okay, this another person with whom my happiness and stuff, they're all connected. When you view the other person in this recognition, then the feeling is a very pleasant feeling. With a pleasant feeling, and your gesture is to embrace the other. So this embrace is known as harmony, this is known as peace. So this is how we need to cultivate. In this connection, before I wind this up, in this connection, okay, in this connection, what I like to say is that, okay, now where should we start from? This question. Okay, if this is how the mind works, we have to teach this to the masses. So where do we start? Where shall we start? From where? So for this, the leaders play a very important role. Today's leaders and the future leaders. And the future leaders come from the young generation now, who are just like teenagers or who are toddlers now. So we have to make sure that these toddlers and teenagers are well taken care of, number one. Number two, today's leaders, they play a very important role, and they have the whole responsibility to make sure that this teaching on the universal ethics, universal peace, universal harmony must be taught in the education system, where the children's thinking must be brought up, must be developed in such a way that they grow up, they see the other beings, other people, through the lens of the interconnectedness of being human being. This is what we need to teach, and with this we can expect the real harmony and peace, global peace and harmony happening in the future. And today, the world leaders, it is their moral responsibility to make sure that this concept must be taught it must be introduced in the education system, modern education system. And His Holiness the Dalai Lama, he puts lots of effort in this direction. In fact, I personally witnessed that more than him talking about Buddhism, he talks about the universal peace and harmony. So this is so important. He is advocating that this concept of seeing things in the light of interdependency and thereby reaching out to other beings with love and affection, that must be taught. That must be taught, must be introduced as a proper curriculum known as universal ethics in the modern education. So these young children, the products of this education system, when they grow, when they become the leaders, they will only talk about how to bring harmony with the other countries, not to fight, not to create problems, not to go for the expansionism. So this says what His Holiness calls as universal ethics. So this university, I can see that there's a great prospect when having the official talk with Dr. Hirohito in my office, I was so impressed that there is one university there which has a tremendous potential to bring this to light in their education system. And so therefore, my request to Mrs. Stuti Narayan Kagariji, the Honorable Chancellor, and all the concerned, the administrators, the professors of this university, just see if there's a possibility for to introduce this concept of universal ethics in your education system. And this was actually introduced to Delhi University, 2012. It was introduced there. It was a great success, and now it is being introduced all over the world under the umbrella of C learning, social, emotional, ethical learning, under the design of the Emory University, USA, blessed by His Holiness the Dalai Lama, for the harmony of the world, not for one religion, not for one ethnicity, but for the harmony and the peace of the world. Thank you so much. Thank you for your kind listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Geshala. And this is what, a true teaching is, that we should spread more of universal peace than dividing the individuals. We should embrace more of humanity and humanitarian causes. And I definitely know there is a word of gratitude coming over from our Chancellor, Madam. Yes. Chancellor, ma'am, you are live now.
Sorry, I was on the call from Hirohito. Sir, thank you so much for your very, I would say lovely lecture on talk on this concept of emotional learning and, universal ethics. In fact, last time we had this conference, I said we must conceptualize a sort of a curriculum for universal ethics, because to my mind, Buddhism is a philosophy. It is much more than religion. Religion has a lot of rituals, this, that, other things. But if we all follow this universal philosophy of, in a way, loving thy neighbor, loving yourself, it would go a long way in establishing peace and harmony in society. So, sir, if you could share that curriculum with us, with the university, we'll be able to put it across to all our students, first of all, and later on, maybe scale it up. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Now, it's time to invite our next speaker. Our next speaker is Most Venerable Dhammapiyaji, Secretary General, International Buddhist Confederation, New Delhi. I would directly like to ask my IT team to make him join. Yes, live. Welcome, Most Venerable. Over to you,
Yes,
Most
good
Venerable.
morning, good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, Bandaji.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Buddhang saranang gacchami. Dhammang saranang gacchami. Sanghang saranang gacchami. Dukkha pattacani dukkha. Bhaya pattacani bhaya. Soka pattacani soka. A very good morning to all the venerable monks, venerable nuns, dignitaries, delegates, VC Madam, and all the participants today in this program. I'm very much thankful to Madam and Dr. Hirohito-ji and all those who are part of this organizing team for this webinar, which is very important that we are having today. I'm also thankful to Venerable Geshe Damdul, Dorje Damdulji for enlightening us in various aspects of Buddhism, Buddhist minds, Buddhist psychology, and also education. So you have spoken much of the things on Buddhism and this universal peace and harmony. Sorry. Or maybe I'll just speak a few words, not long. As Venerable has said, the question of harmony or disharmony or universal peace or universal, excuse me, sorry, universal peace or harmony or disharmony. It is the factor of either pushing or embracing. It's a very good example, actually. So, if we want to have universal peace, then we need to have universal love, universal compassion, universal right education, universal ethics, not on the basis of a particular faith or religion or belief system, but as we all human beings are interdependent, and we are also interdependent with other species and living beings and nature. So we have to have an understanding, a comprehensive understanding of the whole working of the universe, not from a particular perspective, but from a universal perspective. I think this is very important, right education to be given for nurturing, developing, promoting the universal love, compassion, and understanding. Here, the topic given is interfaith dialogue. So I thought I would speak a few words on faith. Because most of the problems in a large scale the world has witnessed were due for many reasons to the faith issues, the conflict between different faiths. Faith is important for all of us. To have faith is important. But how do we understand faith? And here comes the question. The faith is not only having faith or belief in or on some external agency or some supreme almighty power, energy, or omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent system or this being. But the faith has to start with clarity. That is, the faith has to start with oneself. I have to have faith, that is confidence on my own being, existence, ability. I should know myself first before I know anything outside me. So this knowing or learning has to start from oneself. It is have confidence on oneself, what you are capable of doing, what you are capable of creating. So if I know myself, whether I'm capable of creating something destructive, something dangerous, something harmful, and if I also know myself, my capability, my capacity, my ability to create something good, constructive, peaceful, harmonious, helpful, generative, peace, then I can make a decision what I want to make, whether I want to contribute something good to this world and society, or I want to cause something which will create violence, harm, destruction to the world. Then the choice will be mine. All right. This choice, our choice of acting either positively or negatively, is mostly influenced and decided by the belief systems that we are in. In many cases, we are not given the choice to select or to act as we understand or as we want, but we are directed, imposed upon a belief system that you are to act in such and such and such a way. If you don't act according to this, then you will be having or you will have to face the consequences, such kind of things. You see. So this is the area or the time that we have to come out from this kind of imposition. We human beings need to have a freedom to think, freedom to understand, freedom to assimilate, then the freedom to act. When my understanding is clear, when I know that all human beings and all other living beings, they are part and parcel of the same cosmic system. We all are subject to the same cosmic universal laws, the same force, same nature, same sun, same moon. And I also know, or if we know, that as a member of human family, or as a member of the whole cosmic living beings family, a family of living beings, I do not want to suffer. I don't want to be killed. I don't want misery. I don't want blame. I don't want all the unpleasant things in my life. And the same thing is applicable universally to each and other individual being or my fellow human being. And also, the same thing is applicable to other living beings. Even animals you see, whether it is dogs or buffaloes or tigers or the cats or whatever other living beings, they also do not want this kind of destructive actions to be inflicted upon them that we human beings do forcefully, thinking we are the master of everything we can do. So if we have the understanding of this truth and interdependency of different living species, then if I'm given a choice to select or to act, then I'm sure as a human being, intelligent being, we have the dimension of positivity, love, compassion, it is there. I'll definitely act to serve, to help, to contribute something which will do good. As I want for myself, I'll want the same thing for others. But if I am given wrong education, wrong imposition from my childhood, or even when I am grown up, with the philosophy or the belief system that no, your faith, your philosophy, your belief system is the best one. It is the only one that can provide solution or that can take you to heaven or paradise or all the things that you want. But all other systems, belief systems, religion or faith or philosophy, whatever we call, they are irrelevant or they are just not so equipped to provide the result or the things that you want. And then if the students or the people are directed to have the supremacy of my religion or my faith or my belief system over the other and asked to spread and expand by converting or by doing whatever means to influence your ideas, what will happen is then what we are expecting now, what we are talking about to have universal peace, universal harmony, universal world coming together, it will not work. It will not happen. So basically, we should have freedom to have faith in ourselves, to have faith on the cosmic universal laws, and we should be given to choose, not impose upon. And second thing is we should have faith not only on the external beings, either God or Ishvara or Almighty, whatever we call. As I have told, we have to have faith in ourselves, on ourselves. Other than that, it's also very important that we should have faith on our relationships. Very important. We have to be truthful and have faith that we can sustain a good relationship. Now, all the problems coming up, that is due to the problem in the relationship between the human beings and with fellow human beings, the relationship between human beings and animals, the relationship between the human beings and nature, and the relationship between human beings and whatever is around us. So unless and until we work on the relationship of human beings with all these dimensions, all these factors, all the other dependent, interdependent areas or beings, if we cannot improve on our relationship, I think what our Geshe Dorje Damdolji said, to embrace will not come, because it has to come from feeling, as he has said, rightly said, feeling, and feeling will not come. This feeling of love, compassion, it is there dormant in every one of us, but it needs to be cultivated, nurtured, right? Nurtured. So for which we need to have the right kind of education. So whenever we give talks or teach Dhamma or our religious texts, I would request all the faith leaders to have the element of the love and compassion and caring for others. And don't impose upon what something like this is the only thing that you learn. Give a freedom, a choice, give varieties. Let the person learn, pick up whatever is good for humanity, whatever is useful for the humanity or other living beings. I think if we are given a freedom of choice and given all the alternatives, all the good things available, definitely the mind of an individual or mind of the people can be developed and nurtured positively. The positive energy will pervade. The positive energies that which can create peace and harmony. That's what actually we need to have in our education curriculum, or not only in our education curriculum, but whenever we give any religious talks, we have to incorporate these things as a universal ethics or universal teaching that is needed today. The faith, it is good and it has the capacity to do something good, something to create which is peaceful and harmonious. But the faith also has a dangerous element or dangerous dimension. That is, if I have faith, strong faith, if my faith is misguided, and if faith is misunderstood, then what will happen? The misguided faith, if my faith is accompanied or reinforced by hatred, animosity, delusion, and blindfolded by set of dogmas, preconceived notions, and belief systems, then it will end up in war, conflict, bloodshed, violence, many other unpleasant outcomes. So, but the faith, if it is accompanied and reinforced by love, compassion, wisdom, and with the clarity and understanding of one world, one cosmic laws or one cosmic universal laws, and one humanity or one human family. If with this understanding we nurture faith, then definitely it will have positive impact on the society and in the world. Because when there is positive energy or the positive factor influenced on the faith system of my faith, my confidence, my understanding, then the result will be positive for sure. So we are to work now, all the faith leaders, I understand, if we are to have universal harmony, universal peace, universal love, we have to work on actually on human mind, more important, on human mind. Because whatever is there in the world, it is nothing but the creation of human mind. If a human mind is polluted by so many factors, we all know which are the pollutants. If human mind is polluted, it will pollute the environment, it will pollute the society, it will create nothing but misery and suffering in the world. Leave the peace and harmony aside. We cannot have. If we work on human mind, if we can nurture and develop positive energy, positive mind, love, compassion, wisdom, and all whatever is positive. Praying to God or worshipping God is fine. But other than that, just concentrate and work on human mind and give a universal perspective of the human family. All we are interdependent. Whatever identity we have, as Venerable Geshe Damjul was saying, there is multiple identities and there is conflict of identities. That is natural that we have different identities because there are something which is other than me. But the other than me is only a superficial identity. Essentially, we are the same. That's what we have to understand. The ultimate reality, the essence. Essentially, we are the same. We all are subject to the same law of nature. I was born, you were born, some other people are also born. And we all are subject to the same law of nature. We are growing, we are becoming old, and we are getting sick, and we are now subject to COVID-19. Or whatever things are there in the universe, we're subject to that. There is no exception because you are Christian, Muslims, or Hindus, or Buddhists, or European, American, on that basis. We all are subject to the same law of nature. That means whatever religion you follow, wherever you live, the truth is the same. Whenever you're living, you have to suffer or you have to enjoy, you have to get peace, depending upon your act, the status of your mind. When you die, it is not that the Buddhist will be sent to heaven and Christian will be sent to heaven or somebody will be sent to hell. You will be going to the deserving place as per the cosmic laws, law of nature. That is clear. Because when you are living, you know that you are not superior because you cannot be different from other living beings. If you are different, then you should be having 10 heads or 12 heads, or you should be living without any fever or illness because you belong to one particular community. Your God has designed you in a very special way. And what? You live for 1 million years or 10,000 years? That is not the case. So whatever understanding we are having about ourselves as superior or something different from others is only an illusion. This is why we have to understand the truth, which is universal truth, that we all are same, subject to the same law of nature. If we want to have what I want for other people also, let us just develop the things that we need and the negative forces that is to be overcome and subdued. I hope Dr. Hirohitoji will organize such webinars in future to benefit larger number of people under his Buddhist School of Buddhist Studies and also different other departments in Subharti University. It's very important that the universal ethics, as Venerable Geshe Doti Damdulji was saying, need to be introduced in all education system and at all levels, at the primary level, school, secondary level, college level, university level, not only in education system. I think we the faith leaders also have to take this universal ethics in our religious congregation to transmit or teach to our followers so that they get universal perspective of our faith, not only having a very close one particular viewpoint of the universe. I wish and pray a happy, healthy life for everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Bandiji. And your guidance is very, very important for the university. And we wish that you would always be associated in some or the other way with us. Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite our next speaker, Most Venerable Swami Mitranandji, his mentor, Chinmaya Mission, Chennai. Swamiji is a direct disciple of His Holiness Swami Chinmayananda and has been associated with the Chinmaya Mission from his young age. He is mentor of Chinmaya Mission Chennai, publisher of Chinmaya Udghosh, an international youth magazine, founder of Chinmaya Academy of Management, as well as founder of Chinmaya Academy for Civil Services. Swamiji is a creative writer, daring adventurer, and vigilant administrator. Swamiji has traveled across 35 countries to impart the wisdom, Gita, Upanishads, and other Vedantic texts. Swamiji has initiated the movement Youth Empowerment Program and has trained over 600 youngsters across the world to serve Indian knowledge tradition for years in urban and rural parts of India. Swamiji's innovative methodology of teaching and logical interpretation of ancient Hindu philosophy has made him very popular globally and mainly with the youth. बहुत बहुत स्वागत है स्वामी जी. Welcome.
I was supposed and it is now. See how much time do. Am I
Swamiji,
audible?
your voice is not clear.
Okay.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes, Swamiji. Now you're audible.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes, Swamiji.
Yes.
Yes. Perfect.
And thank you so much. I was supposed to start at 10:30, and my friend Dhammapriya was talking. Now it is 10:50. How much time do I have?
Swamiji, you have sufficient time. We are really full of gratitude that you joined. That is.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It was nice listening to Dhammapriya. I've heard him talking in Myanmar. We had a seminar together, and after a long time listening to him again. My salutations to the organizers and to everyone present there, to all the faith leaders. Salutations. We have tried these methods and they had their own results, trying to bring interfaith leaders together, bringing them together and, building trust and, topics like that we have taken. We have done, they have seen results, and we have tried this for probably 600, 700 years now. Going forward, from this interfaith going forward, what we need is the faith leaders to stand up and declare to their followers, every path is valid. Buddhism is valid, Jainism is valid, Hinduism is valid, Christianity is valid, Sikhism is valid, Islam is valid. Each faith leader has to do this. If the faith leader comes up to say all paths are valid, they all lead to the same place, that would be the starting point. Till that is done, we may try different things, but the followers will not get that universal oneness. Universal harmony is possible by the faith leaders to stand up and declare. I'm so happy that we are doing this on 11th September, which was Swami Vivekananda, dedicated to Swami Vivekananda. And this chair who has organized this, we should remember what Vivekananda ji said on 11th September in 1893. He quoted the verse which says, the waters from the sky fall down and they go into different streams, but finally reach ocean. Akashat patitam toyam yada sagaram gacchati sarvadeva namaskaram keshavam prati gacchati. What he meant there was, like the drops of water falling from the sky, finds its own levels and finally reaches the ocean. Similarly, in whichever form, whoever worships, it reaches that Lord. This is universal harmony. Respecting every other path as a valid path, that must be the starting point of the dialogue. If we need a dialogue, if we need a harmony between us, we have to start from here, saying your path is valid as well as my path is valid. So what you follow will take. then there is no question of disharmony coming, who is superior, or which is the only book, or which is the only path. The conflict comes from there. The conflict arises only when we say your path is not valid. The conflict arises when one swears by one book and rejects the rest of the books. This conflict will continue, and this is not easy to handle. So to the organizers, you have taken a great initiative. I would say next time keep your topic this way, that whoever comes there comes and says, yes, my path is valid, and so is all other paths are valid. When the faith leaders declare this, we will have harmony. Then only mutual respect will come. Otherwise, the faith leaders don't touch this. How will the followers have mutual respect for another path? If one swears by one and rejects the rest, then it is going to create conflict. Let us understand where the conflict comes from. The conflict comes only when you reject the other book or the other path or other practices, saying this is not valid. We must understand human beings are continuously evolving. So in our human race, you will see from primitives to sublime level people would be there. There will be primitive stage of human growth, and there would be people who have reached the highest level, like Shankara or a Buddha or a Vivekananda, at the sublime, highest. So primitive to sublime has to be accommodated. Once you accommodate primitive methods also valid, and the sublime formless meditation is also valid, the rituals at the primitive level is also valid, and the meditation upon the formless is also valid. When these two agree, we are all inclusive. Hinduism calls this as Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that everybody is children of the same divine family. We belong to the same divine. We are expression of the same divine. This is what it says. And please remember, when we said Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, we don't mean people living only on earth. If there is life elsewhere, those beings are also part of the same family. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one universal family. Wherever life be, in another galaxy, not even the solar system, in another galaxy, they are also part of the same divine. They also came from the same source. Since they came from the same source, you and I are the same source. We say we are one family, one universal family. So this is very, very, very important. So there's a great responsibility for the faith leaders to stand up boldly, courageously, fearlessly, declare to the world every path is valid. And from there, the harmony will begin. Until this is done, harmony will not begin. And please remember, there can be fanatic people who may not like the statement, even if you stand up and say, they may not like the statement that all paths are valid. Every path, wherever you do namaskar, it reaches the same Lord. They may not be happy to agree, but we should have courage to stand up and say, there will be few followers who will take to it. This word should spread. And like in today's world, like so much was discussed on education, etc. Yes, 100% we must go into the education. At the education level, at the beginning level, at the primary school, we must tell people all paths are valid. Then the child grows to respect. There will be harmony. If we can manage to do this, drum this continuously for next 20 years, one generation would change and the culture of the world will change. We will respect every human being. We will respect every path. Then we become all inclusive. Then we become all accommodative. Whether you are doing a ritual or whether you are worshipping formless, will be inclusive. Whether you believe in heaven or whether you believe in nirvana, will be inclusive. Whether you believe in heaven or moksha, will be inclusive. Whether you take the path of karma, bhakti, jnana, formless, anything, all inclusive. This inclusiveness is very important. Then only we can coexist. The religion which has recognized this has existed, coexisted, because within the family there could be different people, isn't it? Somebody can be worshipping Lord Surya, nature worshipper, worshipping sun, and somebody in the same family could be formless, or somebody could be worshipping a mother. Different kinds of worships, different kinds of rituals, different kinds of books, but we coexisted together because we respected the other path is valid. Bring this idea back. Courageously declare all paths are valid. Let the interfaith dialogue start from here. Those who are willing to come and declare this way, invite them again and again. Let their voice be heard. And then from there, let us take it to the social media. That so-and-so follower of this path has come out and declared to their followers that this is the universal, every path is valid and this is the way for universal peace. In the social media, such voices must be made viral. Go to celebrities who are willing to say that, whichever faith they may be. Go to them, and if they're willing to say that all paths are valid, we respect all paths, then the fanatism will end. Use different strategies required, starting with education at the primary school, where we tell the child, every path takes you there. It's up to you what you have chosen. And we human species are of different levels of evolution, if you see. From the primitive to the sublime, we are. And different people will be there. We need to be all inclusive, and then we can take people forward. If this is brought in and this is promoted more, together if we can come and keep making these statements, that would make a difference. So I request all the faith leaders to come forward to make such statements. Declare it openly, even in your lectures to your own people. That they believe in that, they have a right to believe, and we should respect it. Each one has their own belief. Why should we interfere? And they'll find their way to truth. Somewhere or other it will go, and they will reach. We don't have to go around mass conversion, calling someone impure, calling someone sinner, calling someone, unwanted stuff, and mess up so much. Respect. All paths are good. Each path will take you to that particular point, and from there one would evolve. We don't have to go on swearing that this is the only book or this is the only path. That creates disharmony. Conflict arises when you try to show you're superior to others. Nobody will accept, isn't it? Have not people tried showing they're superior, and then there is a backlash for it, whether it is skin color or the skin, whether it is some jati you're born in, or it is a book you swear by, or it is a religion you talk about, there will be backlash. Harmony cannot happen that way. Harmony can happen only when we faith leaders stand up and say, every path from primitive to sublime is valid. Each seeker will find where he fits in and pick up the lessons from there and evolve to the next level. Probably another book or something else would be appealing, but he does it on his own choice. So we must have this accommodativeness, this inclusiveness. Then there would be definitely faith. So let the dialogues begin. I once again thank the organizers, and I request the organizers, this must be the starting point of dialogue. And those who can say that, connect them together often and take the message across to various platforms where they hear people saying the same thing, be it celebrities, be it sports people, be it saints. Take this message that everybody is saying the same, and we can change probably in 20 years. One generation has to transform to this thought. If one generation transforms, the subsequent generations would take care. Let's try It is hard, but we should try. For that, we should be fearless. Fearlessly, let's try. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Swamiji. And we'll take this forward with Swami Vivekanand Subharati University that will work upon bringing such courageous people together. Thank you so much.
Namaskar.
Now, I would like to invite our next speaker, His Holiness Lokesh Muniji, his founder, Ahimsa Vishwa Bharati Acharya. His Holiness Acharya Dr. Lokesh Muniji is a versatile thinker, writer, poet, and social reformer, and has been continuously making efforts in national character building, development of human values, and establishing non-violence, peace, and mutual cooperation in Indian society for the past 32 years. He has traveled on foot about 20,000 kilometers throughout India to promote removing social evils and to propagate moral values. In order to give practical shape to these values, he founded Ahimsa Vishwa Bharati and thus spreading his field of activities throughout the world. With the establishment of Ahimsa Vishwa Bharati, he started a strong movement against social evils like female feticide, drug addiction, environmental pollution, etc. Acharyaji was born on 17th of April 1961 in Bijpera city. After completing his formal education, he deeply studied Jainism, Buddhism, Vedics, and other Indian and foreign philosophies. He is well read in Prakrit, Sanskrit, Hindi, English, Gujarati, Kannadese, and many other languages. He is also a writer and has written more than a dozen of books in prose and poetry. In the year 2010, Acharyaji was honored with the National Communal Harmony Award by the Government of India, presided over by Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh and Honorable Vice President of India, Muhammad Hamid Ansari. Acharyaji has been honored by the United Nations with Ambassador of Peace Award in 2014 at the UN Center for his remarkable contribution towards world peace and communal harmony. In 2006, Honorable Srimati Pratibha Praladji conferred the famous ethical honor of Gulzari Lal Nanda Foundation on Dr. Lokesh for his distinguished service in establishing ahimsa, peace, and mutual trust in the society. Even the mayor of Milpitas, California, Jose Astavish, honored him with key of Milpitas city for his distinguished contribution in the field of non-violence, peace, and mutual cooperation. A very warm welcome to His Holiness Lokesh Muniji. Over to you, Acharyaji. We are not able to hear you, Acharyaji. You need to unmute yourself. Not unmuted yet. Yes. Now it is okay. No, not yet. Not yet, Acharyaji. It is still muted.
आवाज आ रही है?
जी आचार्य जी, अब आपकी आवाज आ रही है।
सबसे पहले तो मैं विवेकानंद सुभारती यूनिवर्सिटी को इस बात के लिए साधुवाद देना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने स्वामी विवेकानंद जी और साथ ही साथ मैं उल्लेख करना चाहूंगा कि उस वर्ल्ड रिलीजन पार्लियामेंट में उस समय जैन समाज की ओर से एक महान शख्सियत जो BRG गांधी के नाम से प्रख्यात हुए आज ही के दिन शिकागो में संबोधित करने के लिए उपस्थित हुए थे और उस ऐतिहासिक स्मृति में यूनिवर्सिटी ने जो ये डायलॉग, इंटरफेथ डायलॉग ऑन यूनिवर्सल पीस एंड हार्मनी पर जो रखा है, इस समय समूचे विश्व के जो हालात हैं, उस हालातों के बीच में ये डायलॉग बहुत ही अधिक प्रासंगिक है और इसलिए मैं यूनिवर्सिटी के मैनेजमेंट का बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं। देश और दुनिया से इस कार्यक्रम से जो जुड़े हैं, मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा, शांति और सद्भावना में सबसे बड़ा बाधक तत्व है सांप्रदायिक कट्टरता, जातिवादी जुनून, धार्मिक असहिष्णुता, मेरा मत ही श्रेष्ठ है, मेरा संप्रदाय ही श्रेष्ठ है, ये सबसे बड़े बाधक तत्व हैं। अगर हमें विश्व में शांति और सद्भावना को स्थापित करना है तो सबसे पहले सारे इंटरफेथ लीडर को एक प्लेटफॉर्म पर आकर के एक ऐसा विश्व स्तरीय जन चेतना का कार्यक्रम शुरू करना होगा। और जब जन चेतना इस बात के लिए जागरूक हो, हम अपने अस्तित्व की तरह दूसरों के अस्तित्व को भी स्वीकार करें। मनुष्य मशीन का प्रोडक्शन नहीं है, इसलिए विचार भेद, रुचि भेद, चिंतन भेद ये सब स्वाभाविक हैं और लोकतंत्र में तो मतभेद को भी विकास का माध्यम माना गया है। किंतु मतभेद जब मनभेद का रूप धारण करता है तब समस्या उत्पन्न होती है। जैन धर्म में, जैन दर्शन में भगवान महावीर ने एक सिद्धांत दिया अनेकांतवाद, शादवाद का। अनेकांत और शादवाद का हार्द है हम अपने विचारों की तरह दूसरों के विचारों का भी आदर करें और उसे समझने का प्रयास करें। हम अपनी गुरु परंपरा में मानते हुए दूसरे धर्मों का आदर करें। मैं समझता हूं अगर ये मनोभाव दुनिया के बीच में मजबूत होता है तो विश्व शांति और सद्भावना के बीच का जो सबसे बड़ा बाधक तत्व है वो धराशायी होता है। जहां पर भी जिहाद की बात हो, उसके मूल के अंदर मूल भावना तो कुछ और थी, किंतु मौजूदा समय में उसे जिस रूप में प्रस्तुत किया जाता है, केवल मेरे विचार ही श्रेष्ठ हैं, जो इन विचारों को मान्य नहीं करता है उसे जीने का अधिकार नहीं है, इस प्रकार के विचार जो हैं शांति और सद्भावना में बाधक है। बंधुओं और बहनों, धर्म जोड़ना सिखाता है, तोड़ना नहीं सिखाता। धर्म के क्षेत्र में हिंसा, घृणा, भय और नफरत का कोई स्थान हो नहीं सकता और हित, हिंसा और आतंकवाद किसी समस्या का समाधान नहीं है। हिंसा प्रतिहिंसा को जन्म देती है। वार्ता के द्वारा, संवाद के द्वारा, पीस थ्रो डायलॉग के द्वारा हम हर समस्या को सुलझा सकते हैं। हम विकास की बात करें, डेवलपमेंट की, डेवलपमेंट के लिए भी जब तक सोसाइटी में पीसफुल एटमॉस्फेयर नहीं होता है, जब तक सद्भावनापूर्ण माहौल नहीं होता है, तब तक इन्वेस्टर भी नहीं आते हैं। उसके लिए भी सोसाइटी में शांति और सद्भावना का माहौल चाहिए। किंतु मैं इस अवसर पर जब कार्यक्रम एक यूनिवर्सिटी के द्वारा, और मैं देख रहा हूं दुनिया की विशिष्ट हस्तियां इसमें जब शिरकत कर रही है, मैं विषय को थोड़ा गहराई में ले जाना चाहूंगा और मैं यूनिवर्सिटी के माध्यम से भारत सरकार तक, यूनाइटेड नेशंस तक अपनी बात को उठाना चाहूंगा कि अगर हमें इस दुनिया से हिंसा और आतंक को खत्म करना है तो हमें एजुकेशन सिस्टम में पीस एजुकेशन जैसे कार्यक्रमों को इंट्रोड्यूस करना होगा। मॉडर्न एजुकेशन सिस्टम हमारे लेफ्ट हेमिस्फीयर को जगाने का काम कर रहा है। हमारा बायां मस्तिष्क जो कि बुद्धि के लिए, गणित के लिए, तर्क के लिए रिस्पॉन्सिबल है, किंतु हमारा राइट हेमिस्फीयर जो इंट्यूशन पावर के लिए, स्पिरिचुअल डेवलपमेंट के लिए रिस्पॉन्सिबल है, वो बिल्कुल सोया पड़ा है। आज अपेक्षा है संतुलित शिक्षा प्रणाली की, सर्वांगीण शिक्षा प्रणाली की। यूनेस्को का संविधान भी इस बात को स्वीकार करता है कि युद्ध मैदान में बाद में लड़ा जाता है, पहले मस्तिष्क में उत्पन्न होता है। हमारे इसी मस्तिष्क में एनिमल ब्रेन भी मौजूद है, जहां पर 5 विकृतियां जन्म लेती है, किंतु साथ ही साथ हमारे इसी मस्तिष्क में नियोकॉर्टेक्स परत भी है, जहां पर मानवीय और दैविक वृत्तियां जन्म लेती है। मैं एक धर्माचार्य होने के नाते ही नहीं, मेडिकल साइंस भी इस बात को स्वीकार करता है, अगर स्टूडेंट का सिंपैथेटिक नर्वस सिस्टम ज्यादा सक्रिय है या पैरासिम्पैथेटिक नर्वस सिस्टम, या तो वो हीन भावना में चला जाएगा, दब्बू हो जाएगा, या इतना आक्रामक बन जाएगा जैसे वर्जीनिया की यूनिवर्सिटी में एक स्टूडेंट ने 32 स्टूडेंट को शूट करके रख दिया। बंधुओं और बहनों, अगर हमें हिंसा और आतंकवाद को खत्म करना है तो उसके रूट कॉज को खोजना होगा, उसके मूल में जाना होगा, उसके जड़ में जाकर के उसका इलाज करना होगा। वर्तमान की हमारी शिक्षा प्रणाली शारीरिक शिक्षा पर ध्यान दे रही है, बौद्धिक शिक्षा पर भी बहुत कुछ ध्यान दे रही है, किंतु साथ ही साथ मेंटल डेवलपमेंट और इमोशनल डेवलपमेंट का जब तक प्रावधान नहीं जुड़ता है, तब तक संतुलित और सर्वांगीण व्यक्तित्व का जो विकास है, आज की शिक्षा प्रणाली से अच्छे डॉक्टर बन रहे हैं, वकील बन रहे हैं, इंजीनियर बन रहे हैं, किंतु एक अच्छे इंसान का निर्माण कैसे हो। हम देखते हैं कई बार एक साइंटिस्ट भी सही समय पे पदोन्नति नहीं होने पर जब बहुमंजिली इमारत से कूद के जान दे देता है, एक डॉक्टर भी जब नशा करता है, हम सोचने के लिए मजबूर होते हैं कि क्या हमारी शिक्षा प्रणाली ने ये नहीं सिखाया। मुझे याद आता है अमेरिका के राष्ट्रपति इब्राहिम लिंकन ने टीचर्स को एक पत्र लिखा था, क्या आप मेरे बच्चे को गणित पढ़ाएंगे, मैथमेटिक्स, भूगोल और खगोल भी पढ़ाएंगे, किंतु मैं चाहता हूं आप ये भी पढ़ाएं कि जीवन के अंदर जब उतार चढ़ाव आए तब संतुलन कैसे रखना, मानसिक बैलेंस कैसे रखना, धैर्य कैसे रखना। बंधुओं और बहनों, केवल बौद्धिक विकास और शारीरिक विकास पर्याप्त नहीं है, उसके साथ साथ मानसिक विकास, भावात्मक विकास, मेंटल डेवलपमेंट और इमोशनल डेवलपमेंट का प्रावधान जुड़ना बहुत जरूरी है। और उसके अभाव में क्या स्थिति बनती है। एक व्यक्ति गाड़ी लेके जा रहा था, संध्या का समय, जब अंधेरा गिरने लगा, रास्ते में ट्रैफिक पुलिस वाला मिला। उसने गाड़ी को रोकने की चेष्टा की कि भैया गाड़ी कैसे दौड़ा रहे हो, इसके लाइट भी नहीं है। ड्राइवर ने कहा बीच में से हट जा, नहीं तो मारा जाएगा, इसके ब्रेक भी नहीं है। बंधुओं और बहनों, वो गाड़ी कितनी खतरनाक होगी जिसके लाइट भी ना हो और जिसके ब्रेक भी ना हो। मैं पूछना चाहूंगा कि वो इंसान कितना खतरनाक होगा जिसका अपना इंट्यूशन पावर जागृत नहीं है, जिसके अपने इमोशंस और पेशेंस पर नियंत्रण नहीं है। अगर हमें दुनिया से हिंसा और आतंक को खत्म करना है तो उसका जो रूट कॉज है, हमारे ऐसे एनिमल ब्रेन को कैसे तिरोहित किया जाए, नियोकॉर्टेक्स परत को कैसे जगाया जाए। प्राचीन समय में भी एक प्रसिद्ध कथा है, द्रोणाचार्य युधिष्ठिर जी के बीच का संवाद। छोटा सा पाठ पढ़ने दिया याद करने के लिए, सत्यम वद धर्मम चर क्रोधम मा कुरु। अगले दिन अध्यापक ने पूछा, सभी विद्यार्थियों से पाठ याद हुआ, सबने तपाक से हाथ खड़ा किया, एक एक करके सभी दोहराने लगे, किंतु एक विद्यार्थी ने कहा मुझे पाठ याद नहीं हुआ। छोटा सा पाठ था। टीचर को बड़ा आश्चर्य हुआ, कहा अगले दिन याद करके लाना। दूसरे दिन भी जब नहीं हुआ, तीसरे दिन भी जब नहीं हुआ तो एक चांटा जड़ दिया गया। वो जमाना अलग था। अब स्टूडेंट कहता है कि मुझे पाठ याद हो गया। बोले ये क्या बात है? ये युधिष्ठिर जी और द्रोणाचार्य जी के बीच का संवाद है। स्टूडेंट कहता है कि गुरुदेव आपने ही तो कहा था कि शिक्षा वो शिक्षा है जो जीवन में उतर जाए। मुझे अभी तक गुस्सा आता था, किंतु आज जब आपने चांटा जड़ा और मुझे गुस्सा नहीं आया, मैं कह सकता हूं कि मुझे पाठ याद हो गया। थ्योरेटिकल शिक्षा के साथ साथ प्रैक्टिकल हमारी प्राचीन जो गुरुकुल प्रणाली थी, स्वामी विवेकानंद जैसे तपाए तपाए व्यक्तित्व जो हैं वो हमारे सामने आए। अभी इस मंच से रामकृष्ण परमहंस का नामोल्लेख हुआ था, अनेक महापुरुषों का, भगवान बुद्ध का, भगवान महावीर का। लेकिन मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि वो सभी उसी प्रक्रिया से, केवल थ्योरेटिकल नहीं, उसके साथ साथ प्रैक्टिकल। और जीवन में जो बदलाव आता है केवल सिद्धांतिक जानकारी से नहीं, वो प्रायोगिक जानकारी से पॉसिबल है। मुझे अवसर मिला यूनाइटेड नेशंस में, संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ में पीस एजुकेशन की चर्चा करने का। मैंने तब भी निवेदन किया और आज आपके सामने भी निवेदन करता हूं। मैं मेडिटेशन के ऐसे कैंप लगाता हूं, हजारों उदाहरण है मेरे पास। गुस्से से जिनका घर परिवार नरक बन रहा था, किंतु वो एक प्रयोग की प्रक्रिया से गुजरे, डीप ब्रीथिंग का प्रयोग के साथ, कलर मेडिटेशन के साथ। और हजारों ऐसे उदाहरण हैं, भयंकर गुस्सेल व्यक्ति कुछ दिनों की प्रक्रिया प्रयोग से गुजरने के बाद अपने आप को स्वस्थ पाते हैं। अगर नशे की आदत है, कान के आसपास प्रयोग कराते हैं, चाहे कैसा भी नशेड़ी हो, बशर्ते उसकी बदलने की इच्छा हो, तो वो प्रयोग से गुजरता है। रासायनिक परिवर्तन होता है भीतर से, क्योंकि हमारे ग्रंथि तंत्र के हार्मोन्स हमारे नाड़ी तंत्र में मिलकर के हमारे जीवन व्यवहार को प्रभावित करते हैं। ये जो मैं चर्चा कर रहा हूं केवल धर्म और संप्रदाय की नहीं, ये साइंटिफिक प्रयोग है जिसमें कोई धर्म संप्रदाय का विषय नहीं। उस प्रयोग से गुजरने के बाद अगर किसी को तनाव है, फिजिकली, मेंटली, इमोशनली, रिलैक्सेशन का प्रयोग करते हैं और व्यक्ति तनाव से मुक्त हो जाता है। मैं अधिक लंबी चर्चा नहीं करूंगा, केवल ये अवश्य कहना चाहूंगा, मील का पत्थर हमें ये तो सूचित करता है कि गंतव्य स्थान कितने माइल या कितने किलोमीटर दूर है, किंतु उस मंजिल तक पहुंचने के लिए व्यक्ति को चलना होता है। माइलस्टोन नहीं पहुंचाता है, वो केवल सूचना देता है। सैद्धांतिक जानकारी उपयोगी है, किंतु उसके बाद जो क्रियान्विति है प्रयोग के धरातल पर। इसलिए मैं चाहूंगा एजुकेशन सिस्टम के अंदर जो हमारी प्राचीन गुरुकुल प्रणाली थी, उसी के अनुरूप जो है शारीरिक और बौद्धिक विकास के साथ साथ मेंटल डेवलपमेंट और इमोशनल डेवलपमेंट का प्रावधान जुड़े, तो निश्चित रूप से एनिमल ब्रेन तिरोहित होगा और मानवीय और दैविक वृत्तियों का नियोकॉर्टेक्स परत जागृत होगी। और ऐसे के अंदर एक अच्छे व्यक्ति का जब निर्माण होगा, एक स्वस्थ व्यक्ति का निर्माण होगा, तो हेल्दी सोसाइटी का निर्माण भी होगा। मैं अधिक लंबा समय नहीं लूंगा, जो समय निर्धारित है, किंतु आज के दिन साथ ही साथ जैन परंपरा में आज का दिन शायद सोशल मीडिया का जमाना है, अब तक तो आप लोगों को भी पता हो गया होगा, और मुझे ये अवसर मिल रहा है, मैं इस अवसर का फायदा उठाते हुए वर्ष भर में हुई भूलों के लिए आज का दिन फॉरगिवनेस का, उन भूलों को भुलाना और नए सिरे से जीवन को शुरू करना, इसे पर्युषण पर्व, 10 लक्षण पर्व, संवत्सरी महापर्व आदि आदि संबोधनों से, और हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने भी मिच्छामी दुक्कड़म कह करके इस दिवस को जो है रेखांकित किया। मैं सभी धर्माचार्यों से और सभी कार्यक्रम से जुड़े हुए लोगों से मेरे द्वारा ज्ञात अज्ञात में या आज के भाषण में भी ऐसी कोई बात हुई हो जिससे आपको ठेस पहुंची हो, मैं करबद्ध होकर के सबसे क्षमा प्रार्थी हूं। और मैं अंत में बात को संपन्न करते हुए फिर से मैं शिकागो के उसी हॉल में आर्ट इंस्टीट्यूट में जहाँ स्वामी जी ने संबोधित किया, मुझे संबोधन का अवसर मिला है, और उस हॉल के अंदर उस समय उस जमाने के 14 भाषाओं के ज्ञाता वीरचंद राघव जी गांधी, अगर आप सोशल मीडिया पे देखेंगे, जिन्होंने 250 यूनिवर्सिटियों में उस समय लेक्चर दिया, वो भी प्रतिनिधित्व कर रहे थे। और स्वामी विवेकानंद ने अपने महान व्यक्तित्व और कर्तृत्व से पूरी दुनिया को प्रभावित किया। और आज की इस ऐतिहासिक अवसर पर हमारे यूनिवर्सिटी ने जो ये कार्यक्रम जो किया है, मैं शुभारती को पुनः बहुत बहुत साधुवाद देता हूं और आप सबको आह्वान कर रहा हूं कि आओ मिलकर बैठें, आपस में बात करें, 4 कदम ही सही चलने का साथ करें। यूं तो दूरी से दूरी बढ़ती जाएगी, कभी तो हम खुद से खुद की मुलाकात करें। और अंत में यही कहूंगा, हम अपने अस्तित्व की तरह दूसरों के अस्तित्व को स्वीकार करना सीखें, अपने विचारों की तरह दूसरों के विचारों का आदर करना सीखें, अपने धर्म का पालन करें किंतु दूसरे धर्मों का भी आदर और सम्मान करें। ऐसा होगा तो निश्चित रूप से हम विश्व शांति की दिशा में, सद्भावना की दिशा में, किंतु विश्व शांति से पहले मन की शांति जरूरी है। और मन की शांति के लिए मेडिटेशन, योग आदि, जिसको स्वामी जी ने भी आगे बढ़ाया था, वो जरूरी है। और मैं अंत में यही कहूंगा, क्योंकि अगर मन शांत नहीं हो, घर में अनेक प्रकार की सुविधाएं, मान लीजिए आपके पास टीवी सेट है, डिनर सेट है, सोफा सेट है, किंतु दिमाग सेट नहीं, अगर आप सेट हैं तो सारे सेट बेकार हो जाते हैं। तो आइए बंधुओं, हम मन की शांति के लिए, विश्व शांति के लिए और सद्भावना के लिए मिलकर के प्रयत्न करें। पुनः मैं विवेकानंद शुभारती यूनिवर्सिटी को बहुत बहुत साधुवाद देता हूं। एक बहुत ही प्रासंगिक, बहुत ही रिलेवेंट सब्जेक्ट पर जो है इस इंटरनेशनल वेबिनार का आयोजन किया। मैं अहिंसा विश्व भारती संस्था की ओर से भी आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि इसको आगे बढ़ाने के लिए जो भी कार्य योजना बनेगी, उसके लिए हम बिल्कुल सब साथ हैं। ओम अरहत।
हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार आचार्य जी, आपका जुड़ने के लिए भी और हमें एक नई दिशा में प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए भी बहुत बहुत आभार। Now I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. K.T.S. Sarao sir, former professor and head, Department of Buddhist Studies, Delhi University. He is a renowned professor who needs no introduction. I would just like to say that he is not only he has not only bagged many awards, but he has wrote different research interest and different books as well in Pali literature, ancient Indian epigraphy, ancient Indian topography, pilgrimages, religious conversations, Buddhist philosophy and ethics, ancient Indian religions, Sikh, Udasin Parampara, and many more. So I would like to invite Dr. Sarao not only as today's guest speaker, but also as my research guide, being his scholar. Welcome, sir. Sir, there is a disturbance with your mic, so if you could resolve that.
Can you hear me? My mic is on. Hello. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm really grateful to
I
the
think,
organizers.
interrupt, maybe your YouTube is also live with some device. Your YouTube or something is on with some other device.
No. I don't seem to be having any issues here.
Okay, okay. Then it
Thank
is
you
good.
so much. I'm really grateful to the organizers, especially Dr. Stuti Kakkar, Dr. Hirohito, and Dr. Gurwara, and their team. Well, after hearing four monks of different religious traditions, I don't think much is left really to speak at the theoretical level. Of course, all religions talk about peace, forgiveness, mercy, compassion. Then why do we have all these quarrels? It's not only a question of interfaith dialogue. How about your own religion, within your religion? Do you have peace within your own religion? Are all Hindus living peacefully? Are Hindus and Buddhists living peacefully in Sri Lanka, for example? Or are Buddhists living peacefully in Myanmar? Are Buddhist societies having less violence and deprivation than other societies? I think the part of the world where Buddhism is majority religion is one of the poorest parts of the world and one of the most violent parts of the world. So the question of interfaith dialogue, in a way, is sort of meaningless. Perhaps the answer to all these questions lies elsewhere. Of course, at the theoretical level, it's all right to say that we must accept that though my religion is good, I love it, but the religion of the other is good as well. We have different ways and different paths to salvation. Your path is good enough, my path is good enough. You mind your business and let me mind my business. Theoretical level, it's fine, perfect. And so many examples from my own religion that I teach and to a great extent practice, Buddhism. A lot of examples can be given. For example, as Geshe-la Damdul and most venerable Dhammapiyo pointed out, Buddhism believes in karma and rebirth and pratitya samutpad, which basically means that we are born again and again, not only within the human species across religions and nations, but also across all the species. So Buddhism believes in respecting all species, all forms of life. Every jiva must be respected. And but still, are Buddhists peaceful people? Are Buddhists able to live peacefully? I'm afraid I don't think so. And though at the theoretical level, as Buddhism says, we all, because we are born again and again and again across species, every living being on this planet Earth is related to each other. So it's quite possible that the chicken that I eat in the restaurant happens to be my grandfather from his previous birth. So I must show compassion, be vegetarian, but I am not. I don't want to follow that. And why don't I do that? That is the question. So therefore, if we go into the history of religions, be it your religion or be it another religion, all religions, one way or the other, have ended up being violent, being party to deprivation, and all kinds of issues that humans face. So when one hears all these speeches by venerables from different religious traditions, one wonders, where have they failed? I think it is the religious leaders who have failed completely. Absolutely. And where have they failed? Why have they failed? And you often see a religious leader not able to sleep without an air conditioner, traveling by an air conditioner, conditioned expensive car, living basically a very luxurious life, as compared to a person who sleeps on the road. Millions and millions of people in this very country, our own country in India, have absolutely no access to resources, no access to education, no access to basic needs, food and shelter. And large number of our religious leaders live very luxurious life. So one personal example, rather very poor example, I'm afraid to say that. So in my humble opinion, we cannot have peace. It's impossible to have peace in the world unless we look at the root issue altogether differently. As I said, why talk of interfaith dialogue? Why talk of in terms of talking to Muslims or Christians or Sikhs or whatever? Why don't the Buddhists or the Hindus look within their own societies? Are they having issues? Equally serious issues. So in my humble opinion, as the Buddha said, I can cite hundreds of examples from Buddhism because I follow Buddhism. At the theoretical level, Buddhism is wonderful. It has solution for everything. But as the Buddha said, a person who criticizes the faith of the other and tries to show his or her own faith as superior, as the only good faith, the person himself or herself is basically a bad person. It's not a good person. So we can cite a lot of examples from Buddhism. But what my humble proposition is, I will cite examples about that also from Buddhism. The Buddha talks about the root issue, and that is said in the Aganya Sutta. The Buddha says that initially the world was very happy, everybody had access to resources, there was no poverty, there was no deprivation. You could go to Mother Nature, you could take whatever you needed, and there was no problem. There were no wars, there were no murders, and there were no killings, rapes. Very peaceful, golden age in the evolution of humankind. And then suddenly, some wise guys started taking more from nature than they needed. And then came the notion of private property. This is mine. This is not yours. I will not share this, even when I have more than what I need. The surplus food or the surplus resources, I shall not share with anybody. Or if I share it, I will share it only with my family members or close friends, not others. So the Buddha says when this notion of private property came, and then obviously you had a section of the society which lost access to these resources. So what does a poor person do who doesn't have access to basic needs? Will steal. So theft came into origin. And to stop thieves from stealing, state comes into origin. You have police, you have military, and you have punishment, you have king, so on and so forth. So the Buddha says the basic issue in the world is deprivation, poverty. As long as you have deprivation and poverty in the world, it is impossible, it is foolish actually to talk about peace. It is not possible. So as long as you have deprivation and poverty in the world, unequal distribution of resources, it would be very foolish to talk about peace. And as His Holiness Dalai Lama also once pointed out, a very beautiful speech, he says, as long as you have some 40% or more population of the world living in extreme poverty and deprivation, it would be impossible to talk of peace. You cannot have peace. And there would be, of course, people who will take advantage of this section of our community. So the first thing that we need in the world is somehow put a system in place where equal access for basic needs is available to all the citizens of the world. Until that is done, it would be impossible to talk about peace. That is the first thing that needs to be done. And this, I think, is to be done by our politicians and policymakers. It is not a cup of tea for our religious leaders. They are useless, they are worthless, and I don't think they can do much. Except that they can perhaps persuade these political leaders and policymakers to overhaul the system, put a system in place where millions and millions of these deprived people have access to basic needs. Number two, to do that, I think it is very important, as the Buddha also talks, and one of the monks also said in his speech, sensitization of those people who control the resources. Basically, those people. Of course, everybody, but basically those people who control the resources. Sensitization of those people. Most of the cruelties, atrocities, and violence is committed either directly by these people who control resources or at the behest of these people who control resources. They need to be sensitized. Otherwise, how is it possible that a well-educated university professor puts more food in his plate than he can eat? Clearly wastes kilos and kilos of food every day, or overeats. A well-educated person. So the rich people of the world who control resources, or the politicians who control resources, they themselves need to be sensitized, trained to understand that resources need to be shared and they should not have what they do not need. I think these two things need to be done in the world. And when that is done, then maybe we can talk about interfaith dialogue, so on and so forth. And as the Buddha said, and as I have said again and again, till all the citizens of the world have equal access, or at least access to basic needs, all the citizens of the world, till then it would be very foolish or worthless to talk about interfaith dialogue. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. And it is really awakening, actually. Really awakening, because as it was earlier said into this webinar only, that we need strong leaders. We need the people who can put their ideas strongly forward, who can put their words strongly forward. So thank you so much. Now I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Lai Ketyong, Deputy President, United Nations Peacekeeper Federal Council. He is also the Secretary General, World Alliance of Buddhists. He's also associated as Senior Vice President, SPMUDA International Organization Chairman, Hands That Help Humanity, Humanitarian Initiative, Senior Vice President, Association of Buddhist Tour Operators. Welcome, Dr. Lai Ketyong. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Your Holiness, Your Excellencies, Honorable Chair, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Lai Ketyong, the Deputy President of the United Nations Peacekeepers Federal Council, and also the Secretary General of the World Alliance of Buddhists. Allow me to share this PowerPoint so that I'm sorry, I'm still not used to the StreamYard, and because most of the time we are using this Zoom, yeah. So I don't know how I'm going to waste some time getting the PowerPoint to share with you. But anyway, let's not do it because time is of the constraint. Indeed, I'm very honored to be invited as the guest for the auspicious occasion commemorating the 128th anniversary of Swami Vivekananda Historic Lecture in Chicago with the theme Interfaith Dialogue on Universal Peace and Harmony. After hearing from the various venerable sir and also our very knowledgeable speakers from the other faith, it is very heartening to listen to their lectures and also to their views on what we call faith in engaging religion for peace and harmony. Today, my presentation is rather for interfaith religious tolerance for a peaceful and prosperous society. Now, history has proven that the world cannot be at peace if it is lacking in religious tolerance. Nation societies and harmony has been shattered due to religious and ethnic intolerance and conflicts. Right? For example, actually, I have some PowerPoint to show, but then again, I don't know how I'm going to get it done. So if we look into the history of Southeast Asia about the religious conflict, there is, for example, in Malaysia, right, in May 13, 1969, which is a very horrific and also a black day in the history of Malaysia, where we have racial riots, religious riots, yeah, and where thousands of people are hurt, yeah, and hundreds of people died. There was a massive burning of mosques as well as fightings between the Chinese and especially the Malays. Yeah, and until today, it is very disheartening that the racial and also religious issue has been used once again by politicians to publicize their what we call their means, so that for political mileage. Yeah. So and also in Indonesia, especially in Sulawesi, the Jawa Peninsula, between the year 1998 and 1999, and these past 2 years, where about 4,000 people have been killed in the Christian-Muslim fightings, and also about 50,000 people displaced, according to the Indonesian Red Cross. Yeah, and I think there's still a lot of pictures coming out in the social medias and all that. We see a lot of horrific killings, right? Racial conflict, burning of mosques, and also burning of Chinese businesses as well as temples. Right? This has caused a lot of sufferings among the various residents in Indonesia. Yeah. So once you have this kind of racial conflicts in any country, right, you can see that there is no peace and there is no harmony. Right? In Myanmar also, the Rohingya conflict is an ongoing conflict, especially in the north of Myanmar, Rakhine State, characterized by the sectarian violence between the Rohingyas, mainly Muslim, and also the Buddhist communities. As a result of these conflicts, thousands of people have perished, and also it caused massive refugee crisis in Southeast Asia, and also a lot of economic downfall of a country. Yeah. In even in Thailand, where I am today, yeah, we can see that there are also racial as well as religious conflict, especially in the south, where there is a low-level insurgency, which has affected the 3 southern provinces of Patani, Yala, and Narathiwat. Yeah, and also Songkhla also. Yeah, to date, there are about 6,100 people have been killed, and also more than 10,000 wounded as a result of this conflict. Yeah. Now, these are just a few examples of racial, ethnic, and religious intolerance, right? And without doubt, one of the what we call in Southeast Asia, which have impacted the nation's stability and also economic harm. Yeah. Now, one of the role among the fundamental human rights, yeah, the rights to follow one's own belief and religion, yeah, among the fundamental human rights, the rights to follow one's own belief and religion is without a doubt one of the most treasured, to such an extent that an individual has been willing to bear the severest test to protect this basic right. In the United Nations, one of the human rights is the freedom to practice one's own religion, right? And I think this is very important, right, for any nation to achieve harmony and prosperity. One of the role model for the country with the best religious tolerance is the United Arab Emirates. Yeah, since before the country's founding in 1971, the UAE society has encouraged tolerance and inclusion. The UAE is home to a diverse population of 200 nationalities and practitioners of numerous faiths who live and worship side by side. Yeah. In this sense, the government of the UAE has set aside a big piece of land to cater for places of worship of various different faith. Yeah, and I know about this because I've been residing in the UAE, in Dubai, especially in the UAE, for the past 17 years, right, and have been working closely with the Ministry of Tolerance, right, and also where we set up interfaith religious group with representative from various religion in the UAE. Yeah, so this has shown that the UAE government is very serious, right, in religious tolerance, right, for the harmony of the population. Yeah, because in UAE, it is rather different from other countries where with a population of just under 10 million, yeah, 90% of the residents or the population, 90% are actually expatriates coming from various nationalities, while only 10% are locals. Right? So you can see that with such a diverse nationalities and various religion faith, yeah, religious tolerance is very important. Right? Now, in the face of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, right, faith communities in the UAE are balancing public health and religious practice, and also helping to ease the impact, helping the government to ease the impact from the pandemic, which has caused hardship and sufferings from various nationalities and also people of various faith in the UAE. Yeah. So, for example, I myself, I have set up the Hands That Help Humanity, right? I'm representing Buddhism in the UAE. Yeah. So what we can do as Buddhists to help in the pandemic? So we have actually collaborate with the authorities to provide the free food, mental counseling, help, what we call psychological and mental health counseling, as also providing PPE to those communities which are impacted. Now, the experience of the United Arab Emirates highlights the importance of religious tolerance to the solidarity and congruity of a country. The country has made various efforts to eliminate religious discrimination and prejudice, and holds tolerance and coexistence among its central values. From announcing a year of tolerance in 2019 to establishing the Ministry of Tolerance in 2016, to playing a leading role in the interfaith dialogue to develop developing the Muhammad bin Rashid Al Maktoum Award for World Peace. In this example and more, the United Arab Emirates highlights its conviction and also religious tolerance, which are vital for a peaceful and prosperous society. Having resided in the UAE for the last 17 years and representing the Buddhist communities of the UAE, I affirm my belief in religious tolerance as a basic human rights arising from the essential unity of mankind. The Buddhist teachings further highlight the fact that certain key beliefs are common to all world's religion and belief. For example, some form of golden rule is found in the Buddha Dhamma, as is the concept of showing love and compassion towards one's fellow human mankind. Loving kindness is said by Buddhist scriptures to be a divine condition of the mind and is part of our daily practice. An Islamic tradition reads, "Do you love your creator? Love your fellow beings first." The Baha'i teachings affirms the same. Ye were created to show love to one another and not perversity and rancor. Take pride not in love for yourself, but in love for all mankind. How is it possible then for these words to become the cause of discord and discrimination? To do so would be a contradict the core tenet of religion itself. The United Arab Emirates believes that all prejudices should be extinguished to create a harmonious and joyful country. To promote this goal, the UAE established the Ministry of Tolerance in 2016. In a letter addressing this, Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, the Vice President and also the Prime Minister of the UAE, has said, "We have also learned from hundreds and thousands of dead and millions of refugees in our region that sectarian, ideological, cultural, and religious bigotry only fuel the fires of rage. We cannot and will not allow this in our country. We need to study, teach, and practice tolerance, and to instill it in our children, both through education and our own example." Finally, as a delegate representing Buddhism and the United Nations Peacekeepers Federal Council, I wish to call upon religious and political global leaders and head of nations to follow this example of tolerance and to promote religious coexistence to create a peaceful and prosperous society where the unity of different faiths and cultures is encouraged and accepted. So powerful is the light of unity that it can illuminate the whole earth. Together, we can make the world a peaceful place where its global citizens can live in harmony and prosperity. May all sentient beings be well and happy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yong. Thank you so much for joining us today. Now, it's time to invite our next speaker, Acharya Kinle Gyaltsen, Drekun Institute, Dehradun. Most Venerable was born in Trosang, Bhutan, and with his formal education in Paro, Bhutan. Later, Most Venerable renounced the materialistic life and chose to become a monk. Most Venerable joined the Central University of Tibetan Studies, Sarnath, Varanasi, India, and for 9 years he was engaged there studying Buddhist philosophy. In 2000, Acharyaji was appointed as the secretary of the Kagyu Committee at the Central University of Tibetan Studies. In 2000, he was actively involved in translating numerous works during the exchange program between the University of Massachusetts, Tasmania University, Australia, and Central University of Tibetan Studies, India. Acharyaji is a polyglot. He knows many languages, namely Tibetan, Hindi, English, Dzongkha, Sanskrit, Pali, and authored various books on Buddhism, meaning of Mani Mantra, meaning of Tara Mantra, to name a few. Now, I would like our IT team to, okay, Acharyaji has also already joined. Most welcome, Venerable. Thank you so much for joining us. Over to you. Most Venerable, you need to unmute yourself. We are not able to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Acharyaji. Okay.
Namo tasya bhagavato arahato samyak sambuddhasya. Namo tasya bhagavato arahato samyak sambuddhasya. Good afternoon, all the holinnesses, excellences, all the scholars, and my dear brothers and sisters who joined here for the program today. It is a great honor and pleasure for me to join the interfaith dialogue, universal peace and harmony. Which was actually lightened up by the Swami Vivekananda in 1893. So the universal dialogue on peace and harmony. When you talk about the universal peace and harmony, first we have to think about how we human beings are trying to evolve or to try to get into the point of the universal harmony, peace and harmony. I think it's also very important to know about the universal responsibility, universal rights. As human beings are one of the most intellect among all the species in this world or in this universe, it's very important to think about what is our human beings. We really have to become a human being. What I feel sometimes is like being a human being, we're even less than the animals. Sometimes we become even more cruel and devastating. Not in this world, in the history of the mankind, or in the history of the universe. Not like a human being. Other sentient beings have not caused such kind of devastating forces in this world or in this universe. If you compare to that, for example, the animal, if their stomach is filled, they will relax and they will stay there. But the human being, because of the greed, wants and more and all these things, we are creating a lot of disharmonies. We are creating a lot of conflicts. We are creating a lot of violence in the nature. We are creating a lot of violence in the animals, for the animals. We are creating a lot of violence in human societies. And it seems like we are like one of the troublemaker. Now the question arises, why do the human being are just on the just becoming the troublemaker rather than being a highly intellect. Rather than solving the problem, we are trying to create the problem. So that means we have been collapsed. We have been corrupted by our intellect. So human being has been corrupted with our intellect. So therefore, we need to improve our human values, and we need to improve our kind of the wisdom mind to in order to bring the universal harmony, peace, and harmony. So we should not just think about the human being. We should think about the all sentient beings, or the universal, because we are all interconnected. We are all interlinked to each other. And so if something happens wrong, if something happens bad in some ways, it affects us because we are also in this world, in this universe, and we are actually connected with each other. So therefore, it's very important to have a global understanding, global view of we have to respect the rights, universal rights. We have to respect the rights of the livings of the animals. We have to respect the rights of the trees, plants, rivers, and we have to respect all sentient beings of this universe, whether it's in our solar systems or it's in the other planet. We are all connected. We are all interrelated, interlinked together. So whatever the energy we share, they also share that energy because we are dependent. So every time, every minute for the 24 hours, we're sharing the energy. But the point is we're not sharing a positive energy. We are not sharing the energy which harmonizes our nature, which harmonizes our balance, our livings. But all the energies, all the negative energies, we try to share, try to kill each other in terms of in the religious platform. Also, we are killing each other in terms of the universal level. We are destroying the nature. In the terms of nature, we are killing all these insects, plants. We are destroying the nature. We are destroying the water. We are destroying the air. So this all has to be come into the account of understanding how we can preserve that. So now, see, before we are talking about the religious harmony for the peace and harmony. So now we have to discuss about not only the religious harmony and peace and happiness, but we have to talk about the universal peace and happiness, because it also, we are all related. If the universal peace and harmony is not possible, then the religious harmony, peace and harmony is not possible, because it's all interlinked, interconnected. So therefore, now what I would like to say is that as the Swami Vivekananda has once stated that Vasudeva Kutam, and also at the same time what he stated was it's like a rain falling on from the sky to the earth, and which nourishes all the plants, which nourishes all the trees and living life of this universe, of this world. And also the point is that the water which flows all together and make a stream, then when it joins together, then it becomes bigger and bigger like a river. And what happens is when it becomes bigger and bigger, it can go smoothly and go fast towards the plain, and then towards the ocean of wisdoms. So this is what it is needed for how to achieve the ultimate goal of universal peace and happiness. So now the point is that we need perseverance, we need a patience, we need a tolerance. And here the tolerance is we have to look at the water like a river. For example, if you become like a rigidity or you stiffness us, like uh, if you're rigid, if you become so strong and so hold on one position that this is the only thing, then it doesn't work in the society also. We have to be open up. We have to be like easygoing. For example, we have to respect others' rights as we have respect for ourselves. In the same way, like for example, like your water, which being so soft and doesn't matter. So it crushes on the rock, it falls on the rock, it falls from the like then it takes a turn here, there, then finally it reaches to the ocean. If we become so rigidity, then we would reach nowhere. So therefore, in the religious aspect, in the terms of religious, we need this kind of openness. We need to learn the good things from others. So all the religious we have to respect. All religion has its own importance. Like we have many things to learn from each other, many things to share from each other, and this is how one could able to move forward. Then there's, if that is there, openness is there, respect for other religion, respect for one's own religion and others is there, then only there is possible for the dialogue, and there's only possible to move forward, as what the Swami Vivekananda said. Then only you can jump from the cliff, waterfall from the cliff, and then to the plain. Then only you can reach to the ocean. Otherwise, if you become like a rock, which is very, not moving to anywhere. You think only this is the only thing, and you strong sense of concrete idea, then you would reach nowhere. So we need to open up this stuff. So for here on this point, I would like to share one story from the Buddha. During the time of Buddha, there is a 5 blinded person. The Buddha, during the time of Buddha, there's a king. He ordered 5 blind person, blinded from the birth. Then he also brought one elephant, and he asked this 5 blinded person to describe what is elephant. So then, since they don't have eyes, they have to explain the elephant with the touch of their hands and all this, using by their hands. And they come into a different points, like who touched the leg, they said elephant is like a pillar, and who touched on the body said elephant is like a wall, or who touched the like tail said the elephant is like a broom, the sweeping broom, or so and so forth. Conclusions. No one can avoid it. But the problem is, how far are they from the reality? That is not the reality. From their avoid it because this is the fact. This is the factual right. But they don't have the absolute right or the ultimate right. Therefore, all the religions has a right from their own perspective. But what we need to know is we need to know and share from each other and come to the point with each other. And also, very important point in the end, I would like to say is that for each other. Only if that doesn't like kind of affect the other beings, affect the other sentient beings, or affect the other human beings or other religious aspect. Sometimes we hold a strong sense of idea, this is the only thing, and at the same time it affects you and affects others. Suppose if it affects other people, then automatically or in turn it will affect ourselves, because we are part of each other. We are dependent on each other. So therefore, sometimes what happens, if we respect other, this and that, if we respect ourselves, and what I can say is, if that is good, we should learn from other religious aspect. And if that is bad, we should avoid, even if it's our religion, we have to avoid that. So we have to do this. We have to open up. Otherwise, we would never learn. We would repeat the same mistake again and again, over and over again. So, which doesn't make any sense for all. So, in the end, what I can say is like, as the Buddha have stated that, Sabba papasya akranam, kusalasya upsampada, sachidda paryodapanam, etang bodham sasanam. So that means we should not do any bad. We should always cultivate the good things, tame your mind, control your mind. This is the teachings of the Buddha. So Buddha in the sense, not only the Buddhism, Buddha in the sense, it's all the enlightened person of the world, enlightened person of the universe. And also here, what I would like to say is that all the religions are brothers and sisters. So we are all human beings. So as stated by the, also confined by the Swami Vivekananda, like Vasudeva Kutam. So with this word, we are all family. We should work together. So uh, I thank for the organizer, and also I thank for all the people who joined here together. And we all work together. We can strive for this. We can work it together, and we can make it the success for the world peace and harmony. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Most Venerable.
That's all.
Now it's time to invite our next guest speaker, Most Venerable Dr. Pong Chai. Please, if we could add Most Venerable also. Most Venerable Dr. Pong Chai Palwadhamo, originally a medical doctor, but after studying Buddha Dhamma deeply, he decided to give up his profession and start working for Dhamma activities. Most Venerable has served as president of the World Fellowship of Buddhist Youth from 2010 to 2016 as president. Later, Most Venerable has established the World Alliance of Buddhists as founding president in 2016. World Alliance of Buddhists family is flourishing in his leadership. Most Venerable has widely traveled around the world and organized several Dhamma activities, especially in Thailand, Vietnam, Malaysia, Taiwan, India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Cambodia, etc. Earlier, Most Venerable was an advisor of Religious, Art and Culture Committee, House of Representatives, Thai Parliament from 2011 to 2013, and the advisor of Subcommittee of Buddhist Religious in Committee of Religions, Art and Culture, House of Representatives, Thai Parliament from 2009 till 2012. Most Venerable has received many awards. To name a few, considering his hard work in Dhamma activities, has been awarded Sadhamma Jyotika Dhaja religious title from Myanmar government in 2018, the first Ashokan Pillar Award from the National Office of Buddhism, Thailand 2015, Global Peace Ambassador Award in 2016, Global Environment Care Award in 2016 by International Buddhist Education Institute, India, and many more. Now, I would like to ask my IT team, yes. Yes, most vulnerable, you need to unmute yourself and we will share your PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. May I pay respect to all vulnerable and good afternoon to everyone, especially Dr. Simi Kuwara, Professor Swami Vivekanand Chair, Professor Dr. Tusti Sharma, Convener of Swami Vivekanand Chair, Dr. Hirohito, Coordinator of the program. It's my great honor to join in this historical lecture 128th anniversary of Swami Vivekanand historic lecture. Today the topic is International Interfaith Dialogue on Universal Peace and Harmony. I think this topic is very good and matching on for today because today is 9/11. That is, everyone know that the 9/11, the year 2001, what happened in the world, that World Trade Center were broken and almost 3,000 people died in that attack, 9/11, and today is 20th anniversary of the attack. So today the Swami Vivekanand Subharati University organized this program, Interfaith Dialogue on Universal Peace and Harmony. So I think this is really matching for today, for the topic and for the program today. So my presentation is Universal Goodness for Peace and Harmony. The universal goodness is mean the goodness that everyone, all the people of the world, all humanity accept that is goodness, regardless of race, religion, nationality, culture. So the universal goodness, in my point of view, slowly, please. Number one, I think compassion. Compassion. If all religion accept this compassion. Second is sharing each other. The third one is equality. The fourth one is sincerity, and the fifth one is mindfulness. This is very important. Universal goodness for universal peace and harmony. Okay, next. Next. In the by compassion in action, not compassion in action mean compassion and then go to do. Don't only keep compassion in mind. In the Bible, Matthew 22, point 39, the Jesus taught us that love others as when as you love yourself. This is very important because everyone love yourself, love your life. So if we love our life, we should not kill the other life. So we should have compassion to each other. In Tzu in Taiwan, Tzu Foundation also mean compassion and relief. It means have compassion and then go to help, relief. Because everyone born as a brother and sister in the world together, like the friends together. Why? Because when we born, as I am Buddhist monk, we are under two law already. Number one is law of karma. The second is law of impermanent. Everything change all the time. We still young now. Next 10 year, 20 year, we getting old. No one can maintain forever in our earth. So we under the law of impermanent, the law of karma. We do good, we get good. We do bad, we get bad result. So compassion is very important, and love others as well as you love yourself. This is, I think this is universal goodness for everyone. Second is sharing. Next, sharing is great. Mahatma Gandhi, the great person from India, said that the world has enough for everyone need, but not enough for everyone's kid. The Buddha also said like that. The world has enough for everyone need, but not enough for the kiddy man, only one person. That 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 is universal goodness, because we live in the world. We have limited the human national resource, but if we sharing each other, the world have enough for the resources for everyone. But for the greedy person, only one, not the world had not enough everyone's kid, or only one man, the greedy man, as the Buddha said, not enough for him. So sharing, the number second universal goodness is sharing is great, that I would like to share. Third is next equality or human life. Sharing is great, so that means we should not any belonging of other. We should not stealing from anyone, because everyone we should sharing instead of greedy or stealing. And the third one is equality or human life. Although they are the woman, they are the man, or have a poor or rich, everyone should be equality and have the human life, because they born as a human in the earth already. So equality, they should have equality and human life, everyone. Like Dr. Ambedkar, the great man in India, say that I like the religion that teaches liberty, equality, and fraternity. This is very important. So I think equality and human life is one of universal goodness that make peace and harmony for the world. Next, fourth is sincerity. Sincerity, that means you sincerity with your friend, with your society. Don't tell lie. When you made a trade together, you have the sincerity with each other. Or in the Dhamma word is Satcha. And like the Confucius would like to, the golden rule of Confucius is that don't do to others people that do you not want them to do to you, or don't do unto others what you don't want others to do unto you. This is the golden rule of Confucius. And this golden rule, I think, cover almost everything. But we put in the topic sincerity. We should, if we have sincerity with each other, the world will be peaceful and harmony, for sure. For this golden rule. Next is the fifth one is mindfulness. Our Prophet Muhammad, the prophet of Islam religion, said that alcohol is the mother of all evil. That means by Sharia law or by the Quran, don't allow Muslim people to drink alcohol. I think this is really good because mindfulness is important for everything. The thing that can destroy our mindfulness is alcoholic, make us drunk, so no conscious to control anything. So that's why Prophet Muhammad teach us that alcohol is the mother of all evil, and it's really good that Muslim people know drinking alcohol. That is really good. There are the story telling my Muslim friend. He said that there are the story that there are one person that they forced to select to do one what you want to do. the Muslim friend talked to me. There the story. Number one is kill the children. Second is rape the women. And the third one is drink alcohol. Kill the children, rape the woman, or drink alcohol. So the person that he said that, okay, I would like to drink alcohol because kill the children is don't good, nah? And rape the woman is don't good. So I drink alcohol is I don't do anything harmful to anyone. So I just drink alcohol by myself. So he choose drink alcohol. But when he drink alcohol already, he drunk, no conscience to control. So he killed the children and raped the woman. So they do all the mistake. That's why the last one is alcohol is the mother of all evil. That Prophet Muhammad teach in Quran. So mindfulness is very important. Mindfulness. Next. So that's why our Dalai Lama he said that the world doesn't belong to leaders, but the world belongs to all humanity, belong to everyone, not belong to only one person or any leaders, belong to everyone. Next. And today, I would like everyone, maybe you have time, but I have the program at the same time, but in the Zoom application to pray for the world, for the significance of the 9/11 attack 20 anniversary. We pray and chanting for peace and prosperity and meditation for people of the world and on Zoom program. Next. And for mindfulness, meditation is very important for Western people, American people, and now we can say people of the world. Every religion interest in meditation. The statistic of practice meditation in every religion is higher and higher, especially in the Western, because everyone want the happiness, and world peace should come from inner peace. We try many way already to give the peace award to do many things, but we can see that still fighting together. But if everyone have happiness and inner peace inside, they can create the world peace. So next. So that's why the peace and harmony should start from ourselves first. Don't say that be peaceful, but start from ourselves first. Because if we have inner peace, we can sharing our happiness inside, our inner peace inside to other, and one by one, so the world can create the world peace. That means we can change the world together to be the peaceful world. So I would like to end my speech with the song of Change the World song. So please kindly share the video song of Change the World in 11 languages together. Please, Dr. Hirohito, for the host, kindly share the video. Yes.
Thank you so much, Most Venerable. And we would definitely join for the prayers.
I think the song is no sound.
But we'll try and share this song in all our groups in the management and with the students as well.
It's okay. It's okay.
So thank you so much, Most Venerable. Now it's time to invite our next guest speaker, Dr. Babli Praveen, Assistant Professor, University of Delhi. Dr. Babli Praveen is a historian, author, and academician. She holds a PhD in history from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. She has published 3 books and a number of papers in well-known international journals in the area of history of Sufism in South Asia, Sufi saints and shrines in India, Islamization in medieval India, issues of Muslim community in contemporary India, and comparative study of religions. She has bagged many awards for her work in academics. Dr. Babli Praveen, you need to unmute yourself.
Yes.
Very
Can you hear me?
Yes, you're loud and clear. Very warmly. Over to you.
Thank you so much for inviting me. I would like to thanks to the organizer and special thanks to Dr. Hero because he has been inviting me, I think, very frequently in the Subhati University for different seminars. Um, I think since I think the second last speaker, so not I won't say that there's not much left to speak on, but already the background is set. The outline has been very clearly, created by the different veteran, I would say, monks and scholars. And I'm very happy to see Professor Sarao here because every student of Delhi University, whether you studied masters, in history or Buddhism, we all have been dependent, on his books, and his pioneer works will be always a great contribution for the students of history. I don't know about the other university, but certainly for the Delhi University. So very good to see you, sir, here especially. I hope to see you sometime in person also. Maybe there would be another conference sometimes. So as I said that already there has been a lot of discussion. So now I'm going to talk about peace and harmony, that how can we create peace and harmony at a world level uh, with the context of or with the special reference of Islam, and that is true particularly about Sufism. First of all, peace is something that everybody needs. We have to understand that all of a sudden we cannot think of creating peace in the world when a person, as an individual, you are not having peace with yourself. Peace starts with yourself. First, you have to have a peaceful relationship within yourself. Then you will create a peaceful relationship with your family, then the locality, region, nation, and then the international level. There's a whole series. Everybody has a contribution. Like sometimes people think and they do ask that how we can contribute, for our nation building as an individual, because we are not directly contributing something for the nation building. If you are actually living a peaceful life with yourself and you are trying to create peace within your environment and peace with your neighbors, even that is your very much a good contribution for your nation. So this is the whole idea of peace, and peace is essentially need for individual progress at personal level, at professional level as well, and for a country also, because now we have so many powerful countries in the world. I don't need to mention their names. Everything is, clear to us. But if we look at the ratio of the people who are depressed, who are committing suicides, and these kind of negative activities, it means they are actually not developed in a true sense. And if we look this way, India is much better than the Western countries because India has been the center of so many different religions, and India was like, I won't say when and for how long, but certainly India was a like a spiritual guru for the entire world. But unfortunately, because of the different political developments which happened in different centuries, India started, backing somewhere. It's like we have started dividing ourselves in the name of religion, caste, creed, ethnicity, and so on. But nonetheless, if we try to revive our history, because I'm a student of history, so I always feel that we can take a lot of example from from our past, basically, and this is the basically the value of studying history. So Sufism, if you do, because I think I have around 10 minutes to speak. Islam, first of all, because currently we see a lot of chaos is going on in Afghanistan, and certainly because Afghanistan is the major populated country of Muslims, so a lot of negative or stereotyping again is in the news related to Islam followers. And there is the problem, I feel that there is the real duty of different religious head and spiritual gurus, basically. As Professor Sarao said, that we have been talking and discussing a lot about this interfaith, there should be world peace and harmony, but what exactly we can do and what exactly we have done so far, because these kind of conferences can set the platform, can have a dialogue, but at ground level we have to do the work. So what I feel as a student of history, for example, if Afghanistan is in the news everywhere, and Islam, people are taking Islam again in a very wrong perspective. So this is the real duty of the religious guru or religious leaders of different faiths to come forward and tell to the people that this is not the Islam. Because every religion, there are certain fundamental similarities between all the religions. Might be the practices and the rituals are different, and peace is something very well rooted in every single religion, whether it's Islam, Christianity, Hinduism, Sikhism, in every religion. If the followers, or if there is a bunch of followers who are trying to achieve their political goals in the name of religion, because religion is a tool basically to brainwashing people first, and then justifying the violence they do basically to achieve their goals. So if the certain groups of people are following certain religion and they are doing wrong, you cannot defame the religion, and you cannot say that all the followers of that particular religion is like that. And this is not the duty only of the Islamic, I would say, the religious leader or gurus, but this is the real duty. Here is the interfaith actually comes, that the people from the gurus of the different religious sects, they should come and they should tell to the people that this is not Islam. What people Talibanis are doing, this is not Islam. Because there is nothing like radical Islam, there is nothing like radical Hinduism, there is nothing like radical Buddhism, because we have seen in past that there's a group of people from almost all the prominent religions. They have been creating nonsense and violence in the name of religion. No religion is basically untouchable. There's not even a single religion which is significant religion, I would say, that there are people who has not created, a group of people who have not created violence in the name of religion. So using the term radical Islam, radical Christianity, radical Hinduism is absolutely wrong. It is the distorted, basically of religion. There is only Islam, there is only Hinduism, there is only Christianity. Radicals are the people, radicals are those group. You cannot use this term radical with any particular religion. And I think that needs to be discussed. Before coming to the Sufism, I would like to say one more thing, that as the so many previous speakers, they said that what we can do, that we can add, this religious tolerance and piety and brotherhood things in our school level curriculum things. But I feel even if you add it, and if you're not teaching your kids in the family, within the family, and if you're not teaching these things to your kids around your society, and what about the adults who are already educated, who are working in different organizations, government organizations, or private organizations, who cross that age, and they have now 20, 30 years, to discuss all these things, interfaith. So basically, we have to come forward to organize events on, like in India, we have so many festivals, like every month we have a festival of different religion. So why, religious heads, they don't come forward and organize events If there is Janmashtami, there should be event organized by the Muslims. There should be events organized by the Christians rather, and to tell the significance that look, this is our history that we have been celebrating this religion not as a religion of a particular followers or group of followers, but as the festival of the country. So what happens in India, I feel that only the religion, if there's a festival, the follower of that religion will celebrate, or maybe one or two piece of articles you will read somewhere in the newspaper or on online portal, but that's just not sufficient. If you are a Muslim and you will be speaking about Islam, people will take it as like a biased approach. If a Hindu comes forward and read Islam properly, understand Islam, and then give the opinion about Islam, that would be more acceptable. So we have to not only tell about the religious heads. I feel that they just not tell about their religions. People know enough through them. Now this is the time they have to tell the people about other religions, the goodness of other religions, the best things which every single religion has, but we are not aware of it. Now coming to the Sufism, because Sufism is not a different religion, is one of the dimension, a mystical dimension of Islam, because in every religion there are certain branches which deals with the great wisdom, with the great depth actually about the teaching of the religion. Sufism, I mean, for a lay person, I don't know about, I feel that everybody has idea about Sufism, whether you have studied or not, because India is like hundreds of Sufi shrines in India we have. The credit, for example, goes to Sufi movement in India. Khwaja Muhyiddin Hasan Chishti, though he was not first Sufisant who came to India, but the way he came to India, established first his hospice, then after his pious demise, that place got converted into the Sufi shrine, and people started visiting. What was that? Khwaja Muhyiddin Hasan Chishti basically tried to make a kind of a platform, a common platform for Hindus and Muslims and Jains even that time, because we know Ajmer is the great example of interfaith city. Ajmer is the only place in India where a like multi-religious population, and still there is no history of clashes on the basis of religions. And I'm actually quoting it. You can check it anywhere with the evidences. On the basis of religions, there was never ever even a single right. Why? Though there is a Pushkar only 20, I think 12 or 14 kilometers away from Ajmer. So because of the teaching, Khwaja Muhyiddin Hasan Chishti, or what Sufism basically does in general, that they introduce the mildest, the most adaptable form of following humanitarian ground, that how you can contribute as a human, you can, add value in someone else's life because of simply following the philosophy of piety, the philosophy of brotherhood, the philosophy of religious tolerance. How we can really create, that world peace. When we talk about world peace, what we can actually do? It comes from, I think, one of the speaker, I'm not able to recall the name, who very well explained about that. First, we have to focus on equality. Professor Sarab also, of course, said about when there will be equality, there will be natural way of treating the other people would be good, and there won't be any discrimination. Equality leads to the tolerance. When there will be tolerance is often used, I would say, in a negative term. When you say somebody, I'm tolerating the person, and I'm tolerating the situation because of any compulsion, so tolerance has become a little negative kind of a concept. And it is more like when somebody impose on you. But I think tolerance is a beautiful word for a person if you understand it very correctly. And in India and all the countries in the world need to be tolerant at personal level first. You have to have a tolerance, political tolerance, religious tolerance, cultural tolerance, social tolerance. What is tolerance when we talk about that? Follow your particular religion, caste, ethnicity with utmost grace, utmost grace and proud rather, but do pay the equal respect to the other people who belongs to the different caste, color, ethnicity, language, and background. This is the tolerance. And it is very simple. It sounds very complicated, it sounds very difficult, but the God has given us a very big heart. It's just that we have made it very constrained for our lack of understanding. Because the problem is how you will understand to the other religion if you do not have a proper understanding of your own religion. Because in Hinduism, in Islam, Christianity, Buddhism, Jain, all say the same thing basically. Few things are fundamentally same, that you have to understand that we all belong to the one divine, you know. So when you belong to the one divine, how you could be different from each other? Maybe your social status could be different, your language could be different, but as a person we all are same. So when the fundamentals are right, where is the clash? Problem is this, that the political parties or politics in every country, they use religion as one of the tools to basically, you know, use it to divide people for their own benefits. And then there's the problem, since people are not well read, where they're very, you know, narrow minded about the other religions, so we get divided because politicians are not much educated than us. They are, I mean, in general, I'm saying, I'm not trying to, you know, saying as per a particular person, but the problem is we are not well versed about our own religion. So whatever we know about our own religion through our parents, through our practices and religious things we have been, you know, seeing around, but nobody study. I think even if I ask to any of my student and in general to my friend that have you studied Gita or Ramayana or a few more scriptures, so they have hardly any of them have read in fact of one scripture. So unless you don't know about your religion, how you will have the open approach towards the other religion? This is the beauty of Sufism. What Sufism said when Sufism came in India, that you follow your religion, let me provide you a common platform where Hindus and Muslims both can live peacefully. This was the biggest contribution to develop the syncretic culture in India. And Sufism is, by the way, is not the only thing that got spread and got popular only in India. Sufism is worldwide very well accepted philosophy, and is following in Iraq, Iran, US, Australia. I mean, you name any country and you will find the Sufi followers. Why? Because Sufism is the way of life. You just don't need to leave anything. You can live your materialistic life. You can do your job. You can carry on with your political thoughts, even, and different political thoughts. All you have to take care of your people around you, and you have to give them a very equal treatment, and you don't have to bother about their different culture, different ethnicity. This is the basic, the beautiful concept of Sufism. For example, Khwaja Moinuddin Hasan Chishti, he was the founder of Chishti Silsila in India, and Chishti Silsila actually was actually, unfortunately, people don't know Afghanistan, but Afghanistan has the 1300 years of Sufism, and Chisht is the place in Afghanistan where the Chishti order actually started by Abu Ishaq Shami and then by Khwaja Moinuddin Hasan Chishti. He came to India. At that time there was no Pakistan, of course. He came to India in 12th century and he started preaching his teaching. People from different status, especially people who were in the lower strata of the society in the Hinduism and in Muslim as well, they found a new place where they were accepted as they were, regardless their social background, regardless their economical status. And that is how Sufism not only got popular, but Sufism also set the platform for Bhakti movement. Because Bhakti movement started in India in 7th century in South India, but got absolutely failed because could not reach to the poor people, reach to the lower strata of the society. But when Sufism set the entire environment that you have to start, if you want to start the movement, if you want to really spread the peace and harmony, then you have to first reach to the weakest person of the society. And that is how then the Bhakti movement started. And India became, in the medieval period, India became the symbol of syncretic culture, peace and harmony. Sufism, I think in recent time, even all the prime ministers of India, if you look at the history in their speeches, they have been very strongly quoting about Sufism, the contribution of Sufism, and how we can use Sufism for world peace and harmony through dialogues, through exchanging and through telling them. In Afghanistan, if you do not know, so many Talibanis have the background of Sufism, but to gain the political motives, they left their ideas of Sufism behind. 60% population of Afghanistan follows Sufism, whether they are in urban centers, whether they are in the village centers, So this is the history we need to, and this is the, I think, whole concept of spreading idea of Sufism. You talk about Sufism, it's automatically, it's naturally you are talking about peace and harmony. I think different countries should organize more event and should more, even if not event like international events, if you cannot organize, it's fine. You can organize events at national level to make people aware. These are the teachings of Sufism. What you know about, if you have any misunderstanding and misconception about Islam, do study Sufism, and you will be, in a very easiest way, you will be able to understand what is Islam, because Islam teaches you that killing even an innocent person, one innocent person, is equal to killing the hundreds of people. And saving the life of an innocent people is like saving the life of the entire locality or of that particular land. Similarly, even in Islam, if you greet to each other, so what does it mean, salam and assalamu alaikum? It is like maybe peace upon you. So Islam always talk about peace and harmony, and similarly like any other religion. So what we need to understand that every single religion fundamentally support the peace and harmony and brotherhood. Sufism is the easiest way. We should endorse the idea of Sufism in culmination with the other, like Jainism, Buddhism. Of course, I don't need to mention about them because we have been talking throughout since past 2-3 hours. We have the whole beauty of in our country of this contribution of Buddhism and Jainism and Islam. There is no place of violence, any kind of violence in any religion basically, but religion has been used to basically get the political motive. So people should understand basically that let's not feel divided, and broaden up your mind, follow your religion with grace and beauty, but let's live peacefully together as we have the past of living very peacefully in medieval time, in ancient time, and this is the crucial time that we have to work for world peace and harmony. I think I would like to wind up here only with two more lines that is school, including the books or teachings and school curriculums is good, but we have to have more open events where the common people can come. Like we have political rallies in India, so why we cannot ask to the government to organize events for the masses where the religious head of so many different religions, they can come and they can address the people on different beautiful occasions like different festivals. That is how it's supposed to work. There should be interfaith lecture in government organization, in college and university we see, but we do not find in the government organization like in offices, in NGO, because when I wrote a book on Sufism for especially people who are working in MNCs who are very stressful, who lives a very stressful life, and the publisher asked me to write a book especially for those people. Sufism is something you can find peace, you can find your way of living, a good way of living through Sufism. So apart from that, if there is any kind of violence in the world by follower of any particular religion, there should be a collective explanation, I would say, or collective information about the that particular religion should come through the different religious heads. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Babli Praveen. And thank you so much for adding on onto this very topic of interfaith dialogues. It was really, really important to put forward this side of the coin as well. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Now, I would like to invite Dr. Simi Guruvara for the closing remarks.
All right, so here we are. We had a very soulful session today, and we got to listen to some of the most renowned peace ambassadors from around the world. And all that discussion, all that deliberation that we had on interfaith dialogue, on universal peace and harmony has boiled down basically to one point, and that is that you must have respect and regard for the other people, for other people's faith, for other people's sentiments. And all the teachings that we have listened to today through so many peace ambassadors and through so many interfaith leaders, this is what we culminate, and this is what we assimilate through their ideas that they have promulgated today through this international webinar. It is very important for us to have respect. I mean, when we take the word respect as such, respect begins with your own self. You've got to respect your own self. Unless and until you respect yourself, you will not be able to understand what respect actually means. And once this transfers to the other person, and then to the other society, and to the other communities, and to the other nationalities, then it takes a bigger role, and it takes a bigger proposition, and then you understand and then live like one big family. And therein comes the concept of Vasudev Kutumbakam. I have seen that there is this common thread of understanding which ran through all the teachings and through all the messages that we have listened to in this seminar today, superficially. But if we take it at a more deeper level, then of course this understanding and this faith that if my religion is important, then so is yours. If my existence is important and matters to me, then so is yours. So it is basically about the coexistence. And if we coexist through mutual faith, through mutual belief, through mutual value systems, then this world is going to be a bigger and a better place to live in. And with these words, I would like to quote what Swami Vivekananda used to say every now and then, and we still try to abide by the same words in Swami Vivekananda's Subharati University. And the words are, as we all know, arise, awake, and stop not till the goal, let me add here and rephrase it a little, till the goal of universal peace and harmony is achieved. Jai Hind. And to extend vote of thanks now, we have amongst us Dr. Vijay Wadhwan. Dr. Vijay Wadhwan is the Pro Vice Chancellor, Swami Vivekananda Subharati University. Dr. Wadhwan did his BDS and MDS from KLE's Institute of Dental Sciences, Belgaum. He is a professor in head department of oral pathology at Subharati Dental College. He has been actively teaching both graduates and postgraduates since 2003. He has got a number of publications to his credit. He is actively involved in co-curricular activities and is involved in many committees of the university. May I very humbly request Dr. Vijay Wadhwan to please come and deliver his vote of thanks for today's session.
Jai Hind and very good afternoon to one and all over here. Research has always shown that many times that more you acknowledge the people around you, the more confident you become in taking on and successfully accomplishing the future tasks that are entrusted to you. Well, the time has finally come to bid adieu to this international webinar on interfaith dialogue on universal peace and harmony, and to thank one and all for making this event a memorable one. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing team, I, Dr. Vijay Wadhwan, Pro Vice Chancellor, Swami Vivekananda Subharati University, cannot thank everyone adequately for their contribution and the willingness they have expressed to be a part of today's webinar. Let me begin by thanking the Almighty God by making today's event a grand success. By His blessings and grace, we are able to make the webinar a successful one. We are deeply indebted to our keynote speaker, Venerable Geshe Dorji Damdul, Director, Tibet House, New Delhi, Culture Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and the various guest speakers, Dr. Dhammapriya, the Secretary General International Buddhist Confederation, Swami Mitranandji from Chinmaya Mission, Chennai, His Holiness Acharya Lokesh Muni, World Peace Ambassador and founder of the Ahimsa Vishwa Bharati, Professor K.T.S. Sarao, former professor and head at the Department of Buddhist Study, University of Delhi. Then Dr. Lei Ket Yong, Secretary General of the World Alliance of Buddhists from Thailand. Acharya Kinsley Yatsen, Secretary of His Holiness Drekyung from Bhutan. Dr. Ponche Pinyong, President World Alliance of Buddhists from Thailand. Dr. Babli Praveen, Assistant Professor, Department of History, Zakir Hussain College, University of Delhi, for accepting our invitation to be the guest speaker for today's webinar. Today we had the opportunity to hear your thoughts, and this is definitely encouraging for one and all of us. We are extremely grateful to our Honorable Chancellor Ma'am, Srimati Stuti Gagar Ma'am, who has always attached the utmost importance to be a part of all the events of the university. Thank you, ma'am, for taking your time from your packed to the brim schedule to be a part of this event. We're deeply indebted to our founders of this magnus opus named Subharti, late Dr. Mukti Bhatnagar ma'am and Dr. Adul Krishna sir, who stand as a pillar of power and have been instrumental for making each and every event of the university happen. Thank you, sir and ma'am, and we'll always miss you, ma'am, from the bottom of our hearts. We're deeply indebted to Honorable Vice Chancellor of our university, Dr. V.P. Singh sir, for sparing his valuable time and for gracing the occasion. Sir has been actively always involved right from the stage of inception to conception, and he has been instrumental in seeing that everything about this particular congregation is well planned and well laid out. Thank you, sir. We would also like to express gratitude towards our iconic, youthful, spirited, fervent, ever-smiling Taskmaster, CEO Dr. Shalyaraj, for her unparalleled, incomparable directives and rock-solid support system, and encouragement and always working in the backdrop to make sure that every facet of today's event is better than the best. Thank you, ma'am. I also thank Dr. Hirohito and Dr. Simi Gurwala and her team for providing every speaker with this particular platform and organizing this event in such a grand manner. We also thank the IT team under the leadership of Mr. Vishal Singh for providing all the technical support. Our special thanks are also due to all the distinguished participants for showing keen interest in this program. And my sincere regrets if I have missed mentioning anyone, but you all are in thoughts. With these words, I would like to thank you one and all. Stay protected, stay cheerful, stay healthy. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Jai Subharti. Thank you so much, everyone.